Babatunde Regina Ayodele, the head teacher of Oluwa. I'm opportune to be part of this training of Bumi Adedayo with my teachers as well. With this Bumi Adedayo Foundation program, as the head teacher of this school, I'm able to learn a lot concerning to be a role model and the skills, the training skills acquired through the training, because I can see the changes in my teachers as well. Even in the process of teaching the pupils in the classroom, they are now seeing themselves as the in-local parents for the pupils in the classrooms. Even the teaching method has changed. Even they've learned to master their subjects very well. They were able to control the class right now with the use of relative instructional materials right now. So that's why I really appreciate what Bumi Adedayo Foundation has done to the teachers, most especially in this Koshofe local governments. Bumi Adedayo Foundation is a real good foundation because they've done a lot without contributing from our own side. In fact, with the money they have spent, their time, we really appreciate them. I will give them awesome praise right now. AWESOME. You are awesome, awesome, totally. Good job, you, Bumi Adedayo Foundation. Babatunde Regina Ayodele, the head teacher of Oluwa Nursery and Primary School. I'm opportune to be part of this training of Bumi Adedayo Foundation with my teachers as well. With this Bumi Adedayo Foundation program, as the head teacher of this school, I'm able to learn a lot concerning to be a role model and the skills, the training skills acquired through the training, because I can see the changes in my teachers as well. Even in the process of teaching the pupils in the classroom, they are now seeing themselves as the in-local parents for the pupils in the classrooms. Even the teaching method has changed. Even they've learned to master their subjects very well. They were able to control the class right now with the use of relative instructional materials right now. So that's why I really appreciate what Bumi Adedayo Foundation has done to the teachers, most especially in this Koshofe local governments. Bumi Adedayo Foundation is a real good foundation because they've done a lot without contributing from our own side. In fact, with the money they have spent, their time, we really appreciate them. I will give them awesome praise right now. AWESOME. You are awesome, awesome, totally. Good job, you, Bumi Adedayo Foundation. I'm Babatunde Regina Ayodele, the head teacher of Oluwa Nursery and Primary School. I'm opportune to be part of this training of Bumi Adedayo Foundation with my teachers as well. With this Bumi Adedayo Foundation program, as the head teacher of this school, I'm able to learn a lot concerning to be a role model and the skills, the training skills acquired through the training, because I can see the changes in my teachers as well. Even in the process of teaching the pupils in the classroom, they are now seeing themselves as the in-local parents for the pupils in the classrooms. Even the teaching method has changed. Even they've learned to master their subjects very well. They were able to control the class right now with the use of relative instructional materials right now. So that's why I really appreciate what Bumi Adedayo Foundation has done to the teachers, most especially in this Koshofe local governments. Bumi Adedayo Foundation is a real good foundation because they've done a lot without contributing from our own side. In fact,
to know that you allow students to collaborate, learn from each other. You segment your teaching and learning. Let them learn from one another. So I say a very big thanks. I say a very big thanks to the BAF, which they have been helping the government school teachers in order for us to be in an equal level, probably with international teachers.
Through the training, because I can see the changes in my teachers as well. Even in the process of teaching the pupils in the classroom, they are now seeing themselves as the in-local parents for the pupils in the classrooms. Even the teaching method has changed. Even they've learned to master their subjects very well. They were able to control the class right now with the use of relative instructional materials right now. So that's why I really appreciate what Bumi Adedayo Foundation has done to the teachers, most especially in this Koshofe local governments. Bumi Adedayo Foundation is a real good foundation because they've done a lot without contributing from our own side. In fact, with the money they have spent, their time, we really appreciate them. I will give them awesome praise right now. AWESOME. You are awesome, awesome, totally. Good job, you, Bumi Adedayo Foundation.
From Pasloma Primary School, Lagos Island, Lagos State. I'm a teacher that I've been teaching for years, but with some challenges which I don't have any answer to. I believe it's a normal thing to teach like that. To call people, to call students that this you are good, but the other one you are very poor. It is a normal thing for me as a teacher to say something like that. But when BAF came in to educate and access, train us, I was able to know that it is very bad to label a child an olodo, as it is popularly called. When a child is very poor academically, we Yoruba will say olodo. And from BAF, we said it is from BAF that I know that it is very, very bad to label a child an olodo. By coming in, they introduced a 21st century teaching skill to us. From it, we are able to know that when you are teaching students, you let them collaborate with each other. From there, they learn from each other. Children learn from each other. Initially, I don't know that. I believe students only learn from teachers. But from the training given to us by BAF, I was able to know that we allow students to collaborate, learn from each other. You segment your teaching and learning. Let them learn from one another. So I say a very big thanks. I say a very big thanks to the BAF, which they have been helping the government school teachers in order for us to be in an equal level, probably with international teachers.
So a typical example of BAF success story is the story of Sandra, a primary 6 class teacher in Goriola Primary School 1. My first observation of Sandra's class was so traumatic. I was so held back. The class was as cold as a dead place. And most of the students were so scared of her, they could not respond. She was teaching English studies and none of them could make any response. And she was just there as the teacher, performing her role, being the only person talking in the classroom. And she was embarrassed at a point that the head teacher had to he wanted to come in and I had to tell him, no, we don't need, I'm just here to observe. And so I didn't give any comments, but I wrote in my rubrics what I saw. But let me tell you for a fact, last week when I went back for observation, I was wowed. Knowing that I had observed that again into the training. And now what I saw her do last week was so transformational. She is really one of the teachers I'll give kudos to. She has moved from a zero-level teacher to an outstanding teacher. She now allows our students to take ownership of the class. They are involved in their activities. They are even involved in teaching and learning. They took the role of a teacher, teaching one another, and the class was so engaging. And it is worthy of note that this year, our class is actually has more students than it had last time I observed her. And she was able to manage the behavior very well.
My name is Sophili Edith from Safeja Primary School, Uru. Most of the time, what we are not doing before is that we look as if when we are teaching, we teach with force, that a child must know it. But BAF made us to know that we have to relate with a child and know how to bring out that child to improve. And also, it makes us to know that our teaching is based on children creating or participating in whatever they want to do, not we telling them what to do, but for them to learn it and make use of it. There is a child in my class. Before this BAF training, their training is that the mindset is that the child doesn't know how to read and they cannot improve. Thus, for him to finish primary 6 and drop out and go and start learning something. But after the training, we know that the child can learn, it can improve. Then we could use the method we learned from batch training and brought the child closer. And the child is ready to have, Mohammed is now can read and he's even ready, he has even ready to go to school, not with force, because he has improved and he start enjoying school, education, start enjoying learning now. So he has even gone to, they are among the people that's going to JSS1 now. Thank you for the training and more of it.
Babatunde Regina Ayodele, the head teacher of Oluwalogbo Nursery and Primary.
My name is Sophili Edith from Safeja Primary School, Uru. Most of the time, what we are not doing before is that we look as if when we are teaching, we teach with force, that a child must know it. But BAF made us to know that we have to relate with a child and know how to bring out that child to improve. And also, it makes us to know that our teaching is based on children creating or participating in whatever they want to do, not we telling them what to do, but for them to learn it and make use of it. There is a child in my class. Before this BAF training, their training is that the mindset is that the child doesn't know how to read and they cannot improve. Thus, for him to finish primary 6 and drop out and go and start learning something. But after the training, we know that the child can learn, it can improve. Then we could use the method we learned from batch training and brought the child closer. And the child is ready to have, Mohammed is now can read and he's even ready, he has even ready to go to school, not with force, because he has improved and he start enjoying school, education, start enjoying learning now. So he has even gone to, they are among the people that's going to JSS1 now. Thank you for the training and more of it.
Babatunde Regina Ayodele, the head teacher of Oluwalogbo Nursery and Primary.
My name is Sophili Edith from Safeja Primary School, Uru. Most of the time, what we are not doing before is that we lose as if when we are teaching, we teach with force, that a child must know it. But BAF made us to know that we have to relate with a child and know how to bring out that child to improve. And also, it makes us to know that our teaching is based on children creating or participating in whatever they want to do, not be telling them what to do, but for them to learn it and make use of it. There is a child in my class. Before this BAF training, their training is that the mindset is that the child doesn't know how to read and he cannot improve. Just for him to finish primary six and learn and be drop out and go and start learning something. But after the training, we know that the child can learn, it can improve. Then we could use the method we learned from batch training and brought the child closer, and the child is ready to have. Mohammed is now can read and he's even ready. He has even ready to go to school, not with force, because he has improved and he start enjoying school, education, start enjoying learning now. So he has even gone to, they are among the people that's going to JSS1 now. Thank you for the training and more of it.
Typical example of BAF success story is the story of Sandra, a primary 6 class teacher in Goriola Primary School 1. My first observation of Sandra's class was so traumatic. I was so held back. The class was as cold as a dead place. And most of the students were so scared of her, they could not respond. She was teaching English studies and none of them could make any response. And she was just there as the teacher, performing her role, being the only person talking in the classroom. And she was embarrassed at a point that the head teacher had to kind of, he wanted to come in and I had to tell him, no, we don't need, I'm just here to observe. And so I didn't give any comment, but I wrote in my rubrics what I saw. But let me tell you for a fact, last week when I went back for observation, I was wowed. Knowing that I had observed that again into the training. And now what I saw her do last week was so transformational. She is really one of the teachers I'll give kudos to. She has moved from a zero level teacher to an outstanding teacher. She now allows her students to take ownership of the class. They are involved in the activities. They are even involved in teaching and learning. They took the role of a teacher, teaching one another, and the class was so engaging. And it is worthy of note that this year, our class is actually has more students than it had last time I observed her. And she was able to manage the behavior very well.
Raul Sophia from Pakloma Primary School, Lagos Island, Lagos State. I'm a teacher that I've been teaching for years, both with some challenges which I don't have any answer to. I believe it's a normal thing to teach like that. To call people, to call students that this you are good, but the other one you are very poor. It is a normal thing for me as a teacher to say something like that. But when BAF came in to educate and assess, train us, I was able to know that it is very bad to label a child an olodo, as it is popularly called. When a child is very poor academically, we Yoruba will say olodo. And that from birth, we said it is from birth that I know that it is very, very bad to label a child an olodo. By coming in, they introduced a 21st century teaching skill to us. From it, we are able to know that when you are teaching students, you let them collaborate with each other. From there, they learn from each other. Children learn from each other. Initially, I don't know that. I believe students only learn from teachers. But from the training given to us by BAF, I was able to know that you allow children to collaborate, learn from each other. You segment your teaching and learning. Let them learn from one another. So I say a very big sign. I say a very big sign to the BAF, which they have been helping the government school teachers in order for us to be in an equal level, probably with international teachers.
We just finished the workshop with the Bumi Adedayo Foundation, and it was about three core elements that has to do with how school managers or school leaders will go about their vision statements, values, and then their mission statements as well. And I thought it was a laudable workshop because a lot of times I haven't worked with these school leaders in the last 9 years, haven't trained about 5,000 of them. There's a common thread that you will find. A lot of them tend to struggle with how to, cast the visions for their schools. And because of that element of struggle, the teachers that work with them are also finding it difficult to understand the direction that they're headed. So I think with understanding how their vision statement should be written, how their mission statement should also be written as well. And then the element around being able to communicate with their stakeholders, I thought that was also very important. And then time management, a lot of them tend to also focus on things that are not very, very, very important in terms of how they should prioritize their timing, especially leaving off the element of teaching and learning, which is the most fantastic or the most important element of school leadership. And I also thought the area of decision making and problem solving was also very fantastic. A lot of times they are caught in between problems and they don't know how to take decisions. So we've looked at strategies to be able to take decisions, to be able to identify problems, to be able to define them properly so that they can take the right decisions to solve those problems.
And I'm even more excited now that we are going further in Lagos State to train the head teachers. I've attended several trainings and it has been directed at the secondary school teachers, the principals, because and the manual is so rich, the course is so rich, and I see, like I was telling the teachers earlier, and I see Lagos State really actually taking the lead in Africa regarding education, particularly elementary, because they've gone to where it really matters.
And finally, I think the most important was how they build teams. Sometimes they struggle to work with their teachers, the community, with parents, and with students. So I think the element of team building is also very important so that when they have their vision, they're able to communicate that, work within a proper time frame, managing their time, and they're able to work with teams. Then they can solve problems properly and then take the right decisions that will help them go further with their leadership in schools. This is a rare but fantastic opportunity that BAF is offering school leaders, teachers. I mean, you can't find this anywhere. This is so rare. There's very few organizations that are interested in teacher development or school leadership development. This is one fantastic project that I would say very laudable, and we will always want to be a part of it.
Probably the very first um, conference being organized by Bumi Adedayo Foundation. I'm quite excited, and on behalf of the trustees and directors of Bumi Adedayo Foundation, I welcome everyone to the first annual School Leadership and Sustainability Conference, the virtual edition. Of course, it's being organized by Bumi Adedayo Foundation. This year's conference is an offshoot of the Tech Relevant Teacher Project. That's a project aimed at training educators on how to deploy technology for teaching and learning in the classroom. The TRTP is being funded by a grant from the Coca-Cola Foundation. And for this, we're very grateful. This conference was initially designed as a core component of the training projects and therefore meant for the beneficiaries of the TRTP, that's the Tech Relevant Teacher Project. However, after considering the potential impact that knowledge gained from an event of this nature could have, and further leveraging on the blessings and not curses, on the blessings of COVID-19 that made virtual events a norm, we decided to expand the reach by opening it up to school leaders beyond the 216 direct beneficiary schools of the project. So while I sincerely appreciate everyone that registered for this conference, I would like to specially congratulate the leaders of the 216 schools from all corners of Lagos State who successfully scaled through the 10-step screening process that was used in selecting our beneficiaries. We're confident that the wealth of knowledge that will be gained from the training over the next few weeks would impact positively on the creation of electronic learning content for thousands of learners across Africa. Today is not a day of many stories about what technology can do for you. This, I believe, you may already know. Rather, it is time to focus on activating the tech geniuses in each school leader that is represented here today. So our speakers will simplify and demystify issues around the uptake of technology for schools as we encourage you to stand on the shoulders of those who have gone ahead in leveraging technology for school sustainability and development. You will also be able to ask pressing questions around the opportunities and challenges of building a tech-based school during the panel discussion. I therefore encourage you to consider the next few hours as your moment of luck and perhaps a mini investment as we move together into the learning mode for today. I would like to specially thank our speakers. And we have an interesting lineup of speakers today. We have our keynote speaker, Mr. Chineye Mbazoko, who is a prolific tech guru and who has extensively worked in the education space. His profile will be read shortly, and we'll get to know more about him. We also have on our list of speakers today, Miss Abiola Lami Konra. She is the head of School of City of Knowledge Academy, Ijebuode, and she is going to take us through an interesting discourse around a tech-driven school leader. We also have on the line of Dr. Justina Adioshun, who is a school owner, a director of a school in Lagos, a tech-driven school in Lagos State, who will also be taking us through a case in view of our school to show us the how, the what, and the why for them using technology. And after that, we have leading the panel discussion, we have Mrs. Ayopeju Njidiaka of Nurture House Consulting, who will be moderating a session with 3 panelists on our session. Of course, today's promises to be very interesting, and we would like to thank them all for their sacrifice to be with us today, and for giving of their knowledge and experience to benefit all. To our funders, the Coca-Cola Foundation, and our partners, the Holistic Business Solutions, Donors for Africa Foundation, EduJet Age, we want to say a huge thank you to you all. You have made the right decision by supporting this cause. Together, we can achieve more. Therefore, on behalf of the trustees and directors of Bumi Adedayo Foundation, I have the singular honor to declare the first annual School Leadership and Sustainability Conference open. Next. Yes, you can clap. Thank you. Thank you. Next is the profile of Mr. Chineye Mbanzoku that will be played, and right after the profile, he is coming up to deliver the keynote address for this conference. Thank you.
Mr. Chineye Mbanzoku is the founding managing director and CEO of Infographics Nigeria, the first African country to be a 2-time Microsoft Worldwide Award Partner of the Year. He is also the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria. He has over 30 years of eclectic career in technology strategy, software development, marketing communications, digital design, change and transformation in private and public sectors, with focus on education, health, and governance. Chineye has led strategy, solutions architecting, and delivery in financial services, manufacturing, general services, retail, and telecommunications in over 70 enterprise software integration projects. He is a member of several professional associations and sits on the board of many organizations in Nigeria and beyond. Mr. Chineye Mbanzoku is the founding managing director and CEO of Infographics Nigeria, the first African country to be a 2-time Microsoft Worldwide Award Partner of the Year. He is also the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria. He has over 30 years of eclectic career in technology strategy, software development, marketing communications, digital design, change and transformation in private and public sectors, with focus on education, health, and governance. Chineye has led strategy, solutions architecting, and delivery in financial services, manufacturing, general services, retail, and telecommunications in over 70 enterprise software integration projects. He is a member of several professional associations and sits on the board of many organizations in Nigeria and beyond.
All right, while we wait for the tech crew to finish up what they're working on, would like to again announce that those of us who have friends that have registered for this conference and are unable to join at this time, please tell them to join us on our YouTube channel. Go to YouTube and visit Bumi Adedayo Foundation. There's a channel there. There's a link that has been posted. We want you to please share it with your colleagues who can join us. It has no limit whatsoever. Also, you can join us on our Facebook page, Bumi Adedayo Foundation. All right.
Mr. Chineye Mbanzoku is the founding managing director and CEO of Infographics Nigeria, the first African country to be a 2-time Microsoft Worldwide Award Partner of the Year. He is also the president of the Institute of Software Practitioners of Nigeria. He has over 30 years of eclectic career in technology strategy, software development, marketing communications, digital design, change and transformation in private and public.
Do I keep this on? What do you prefer? For me to remove it or for me to keep it on? What's your preference? Oh, really? Yes. Can I go ahead? Okay, good morning, everyone, and thank you for inviting me to the conference, to the School Leadership and Sustainability Conference 2021. I want to ask you to help me in thanking the organizers for, first of all, having given me the privilege of being able to speak at this conference, but also for their patience and understanding. It's been an incredible journey, I guess, for them, trying to reach me, getting me settled and committing to the date and all that. Not because I'm extremely busy, but because I'm not as organized as I should be. So hopefully my New Year's resolution is to do better. And I think I've learned a bit from this brief interaction. When I was first put in touch with the organizers, we had a little discussion, let me say a little discussion around what exactly it is I want to take out of this conference. And a little bit of a discussion as well around the people who will be attending the conference and what they expected to get from that conference itself. And out of that came a decision that we would probably just want to raise issues. And in the course of raising those issues, we would then have an opportunity for us to explore some of the ideas that I have, some of the ideas that I have seen elsewhere, and some of the things that I believe are germane to the discussion. As is always the case, when I stand in front of a microphone, I tend to lose myself. And I know that we have time constraints. You're not only here to listen to me, there are many other very exciting speakers that will come after me. So let me try to conclude my work, which is to deliver the keynote, set the stage, and present some of the issues that are out there. I just thought I should warn you that parts of this presentation were publicly exposed about 17 years ago. And they're still quite radical, which is quite unfortunate. That the things that we discussed 17, 15, 20, 30 years, 15, 20 years ago are still pretty much the same thing that we're doing today. That's a little bit of a challenge, but I suppose as we go along, you'll start to see what it is that, why this is the case. So my company, I'm the CEO of Infographics, a company that I co-founded with a friend in 1994. At the time when we set out to build this company, I was coming out of a career in advertising and decided that I wanted to do something more in technology because of my initial exposure to tech. When we came together, we in 1994 to set up the company, we said to ourselves that the internet as we know it went commercial in 1993 with the launch of Netscape Navigator, which was the first time that the average person who didn't have any technology skills could go online, quote unquote, to the internet and browse. I don't know how many pages or sites there were then on the internet back then, but those who are old enough, those who, I had more hair back then, of course, but those who maybe read history or who were around as well around that time would also know that this was when things actually started to happen in the technology space. We in Nigeria were asking ourselves, so, you know, what really is it? Because back in those days, we used to go to a cyber cafe to go and check your email. And they were not like laptops. We were building our computers from components that we used to buy in Sule. And you know, you get the box, the casing, you buy the board, you buy the RAM, you buy everything, put it together. And that was even for a few people, because back then, in 1994, a computer cost about 250,000 naira. And this was at the time when the dollar was something like about 40 or 50 to 1. So you really needed to have a lot of resources to build computers. And here we were saying that we wanted to be part of a global movement. But we believed that everything that could possibly be digital would be. Every single thing. And we knew that the only limits to digitalization had to do with the human body itself and how you'd be able to transform physical things into digital devices or digital experiences. And one of the first things that came to mind was education. We were convinced that education had to go in the direction of digital, and we started very early. So our first clients, strangely enough, in 1996, that allowed us to build something that appeared to be e-learning in 1996 was the Nigerian Army. Think about it, 1996, internet fresh, and somebody in the Army says, I want to do this. We thought that we were on the road to somewhere. It turned out that we were on the road to nowhere. 20 years gone by, 30 years have gone by, and we're still at the same place that we were back then when we said we wanted to get new things done. So part of the challenge for I think part of the big challenges for young people today is the impatience that they obviously feel, and with good cause, the impatience that they feel towards change and the pace of change. If you're an educator, you would know that when you go into a classroom, it's almost like you're aware that you're going to be obsolete, and you're teaching the people who would make you who will make you obsolete. And you know that 10 years, 20 years from now, they're going to be looking back at you and just saying, oh, that person was such a Neanderthal. That's what the teachers, kind of like the teachers, I would say reward in a way is that the teacher is in the present and building towards the future. The entirety of education, the educational experience is about a future that has already come and gone. Because even as you teach and as you educate and as you expose, you're knowing that these people are leaving you behind and that you will always become the person who has to play catch up. And playing catch up is not just once or twice, it's playing catch up all the time. You're constantly running and racing, and yet the kids are they're moving away from you faster and faster. With that, it creates a very interesting dynamic that you have to commit to saying to yourself, they will know more than I will, they will be better than I am, they will grow faster, and they will go to places that I would never even dream of going. How then do you as a teacher infuse that dream in a child? You don't. What you do is that you awaken the dream. That's what a teacher does. Opens up the child to the possibilities of their full potential. But beyond that, you can do very little else. Because every child has a dream within him. Every child is born with a gift and with a promise and with a purpose. And the role of the educator is to enable that child get there himself or herself, not to do so on their behalf. I'm sorry, the slides aren't moving as they're supposed to, so those who are online may not. In that process, we did find as we found as the person, that's what teachers tend to find as well. Should we go? I didn't want to have to go back and forth. Can you maybe take a look at this and see if you can? It worked once and stopped working. Thank you. I apologize. You can see technology is always a battle. What did we find? I found this quotation that kind of like captures what it is that our experience has been from 1996 to date. And it says that at every crossroad on the road that leads to the future, each progressive spirit is opposed by 1,000 men appointed to guard the past. It always seems whenever you want to go into the future that there's somebody who's trying to pull you back, somebody who tells you it's impossible, somebody who prevents you from doing the things that you need to do to make that future a reality. And I think every single teacher, every single person who's involved in the education sector faces this challenge. And that challenge is that this is one of the most conservative sectors in the entire economic system. And yet it is the same sector that is responsible for creating the possibilities of the future. And in there, you find an immediate conundrum that you are required to think of how you can enable people discover their future. And at the same time, you're operating in a sector that wants to keep things the same all the time. Well, we found a way out as an organization. It took us nearly 10 years, but we found a way forward. And when we took off on that journey, we became, within a space of, by 2004, Infographics was the leading company in Africa for the delivery of a certain type of technology. We built everything that we did around young people. We started taking children into our organization from the age of 13, 14. We stayed with them through their university career, and we employed them even afterwards. And we found that we were right, that we could, anything that we wanted to do, we could. All we needed to do was to put these people in place. So in some ways, I was already a teacher. I was educating, but I was educating within the construct of a corporate organization. And that led me to start to ask the question, what was happening in the public sector in the real formal place where people were actually teaching and learning? And that was the beginning of a journey that I am on till today. Yes, we won awards. One day I found myself on the stage in Boston at the Microsoft Worldwide Partners Conference, and we were the only company in Africa on that stage. I was so overwhelmed. I had a tiny little Nigeria flag. I didn't even know what to do or say. And I had no way of expressing my utter bewilderment that I was standing in a hall on top of a stage with Bill Gates. And I was being recognized for outstanding achievement. And my organization was being recognized for outstanding achievement coming out of Africa. Mark the date, 2004. 10 years after the internet had exploded internationally, coming out of the US, in Little Lagos in Nigeria, a company made up of young people committed to realizing what we saw as our future. We had succeeded and we had been internationally recognized. The companies that surrounded me at the time were companies like HP, Accenture, global organizations that were truly, truly fantastic. And somewhere in the midst of that was Little Infographics. It told me that if we insisted that we could get whatever it was that we wanted. If we committed, we could get whatever it was that we wanted. And so I started to look aggressively at the education sector to say, okay, if we could do this ourselves within our organization, how do we make this possible through the public sector education? And that experiment, or that trajectory, or that story, or that mandate, that commitment created one of the most traumatic experiences that I have been through in my entire life. And that was seeing a system crumble before your very eyes and not be able to do anything about it. The disaster that was Nigeria's education system didn't happen overnight. Back in 1996, 1994, we put together a story. And that story you can see on the screen. We believed that it was possible if we infused technology into an education environment that we could create a truly connected learning environment, a place where every individual could be the best that they could be. We recognized very, very early that the power of the computer didn't lie in the computer itself. It lay in the individual's ability to utilize that tool to create things for themselves. And we also knew that through the computer, an unimaginable capacity was there for you to visualize a future that was possible, to carry out calculations, to do things that were previously unheard of. I grew up in the time when we used slide rules, and the guys who had the slide rules were the biggest and the best guys in the school. We had these guys we used to call mama physics, you know. So if you were in secondary school and you were doing advanced mathematics and physics, you were literally a god in the school. And when you come out, you carry your little slide rule and you're moving around, everybody's like staring at you and they're giving you space because they know that you're more than anybody else in the school. This was the way that we were. And suddenly we saw this thing that had the capacity to bring that same power to create, to express, to build new to every single individual. And we've tried to sell this idea. We struggled and we struggled and we struggled. And ultimately it became a story of less. We realized as we went on that this truth that was self-evident to people like John F. Kennedy, that the goal of education is the advancement of knowledge and dissemination of truth, was a story that was being told in those countries and was powering those countries. But in Nigeria, we were mouthing the words, but not living the reality. Something happened to the country between the 1970s and 1980s. And whatever it was that happened, which till today I do not yet know, it began a precipitous decline to where we are today. And yet, every step along the road, as we will see in the slides that come forward, every step of the way, we kept finding that people were reluctant to accept this as a reality. No, what we preferred to do, apparently, was to tell ourselves a lie. Rather than focus on the truth and say to ourselves that the challenge that is before us, everybody came together and kept telling lies. And so long as we continue to tell the lie, we continue to undermine ourselves as a country. We found repeatedly that organizations and countries and people who were in positions that needed to influence things insisted that all was well, even as the system was crumbling around them. They kept telling these stories that all was well, there was no problem. They threatened, and ultimately the beneficiaries of education eventually became the victims of the system. I'll come back to that in about 5 minutes. But let me tell you a story of what happens when you decide that you want to be different. Because it's important for you as you're listening and as you're watching to understand that it is possible to do things if you make up your mind to get it done. So I want to take us to Cross River State, where we had a governor who understood that there was a problem and an opportunity that lay in the education. And he decided that he was going to put up an education strategy because Cross River State at the time had lost all its oil wells. It sits at the outer edge of Nigeria. Used to be, is the only state in the Niger Delta that doesn't have oil wells. And so they decided that they couldn't depend on allocations coming from the federal government. And they were going to build an economy. And that economy that they were going to build was going to be based on certain things. It was going to be a services-based economy. After that decision was made, soon after the decision was made, the governor, I had the good fortune of meeting with the governor, and we had a discussion, and he asked me to join the state in thinking through his strategy because he said, there is no way we're going to do this without technology. So I sat down for a period for almost 2 years, working closely with the people in the Ministry of Education, thinking about what is the role of education in this state. We came to the conclusion that education was not only an enabler of the services economy that the state was building, but was also a massive opportunity for a state as an industry in itself. And so Cross River was then set up with the ambition and the aspiration to be the source of human capital in Nigeria in very specific areas. And we laid out a plan and we started to execute that plan. In the course of executing that plan, we learned a lot about ourselves. I'm sorry, the slides are maybe a little bit small for most of you to see, but we learned a lot of things around ourselves. We also traveled abroad and went to see things for ourselves, what was happening in other places. I'll help you read them out, but we set up a very basic thing that in every senatorial district, we're going to have a reference school. And the reference school was going to be a school that was a public school, affordable by public standards, but it would have international outcomes. We agreed that we're going to set up school hubs, and we set up 60 school hubs as clusters for training and for building human capacity and for the continuous development of teachers. We agreed that we're going to establish computer labs in every single school. We agreed on what was now the Cross-River standard for a school, in which every single school would have 4 labs, one for biology, one for chemistry, one for physics, and one for ICT. We also transformed that ICT lab into a training center for teachers and for students, so that there will be continuous professional development even inside the school environment. We went beyond that and understood that the teachers were the heart of the system, that rather than be threatened by the system, by the introduction of technology, we could enhance them by giving them capacity. And so that we came to an agreement. After talking to the unions, after talking to the teachers, after speaking to the parents, we all agreed. And a date was set that by a certain year, I think that year was 2015, 100% of the teachers in the education system and 100% of the regulators in the education system will be digitally literate. Because digital literacy is what enables you to participate in this. I remember going to one conference and we're talking about Encyclopedia Britannica, and they talked about Encyclopedia Britannica. Then I reached into my pocket and brought out a CD-ROM. And I said, do you know what this is? They said, na CD. I said, but it's not music. They said, na CD. I said, the entirety of Encyclopedia Britannica is on this one CD-ROM. I almost didn't leave that village because they mobbed me. They all insisted that they had to have it. I said, if I give it to you now, where are you going to play it? They said, what do you need to pay? I said, it's computer. You have to get your own computer. Long and short, we went through this process with Cross-River State. And eventually, we built out a full program for digital literacy curriculum across all 17 local government areas. We identified a minimum of 22,000 teachers that needed to be trained. But beyond training them, we also agreed that every teacher, the best way for a teacher to learn to become digitally literate and start to use the computer was to own it themselves. So we built an ownership program in combination with the school. And we achieved within our first phase, over 12,000 teachers were trained in their local governments. We went to where they were. And as you can see from the image on the screen, in some cases, our teams who went for training had to go in boats with canoes and small generators into villages to train them in their location. You see, if you want to train a teacher and you bring the teacher to the city and train a teacher in digital literacy, then the teacher goes back to the village. What do you think is going to happen? Whatever it was that they learned becomes pure theory. The only way that we could make it real was to go into their environments and in situ show them that this technology could actually work. So within the space of 1 year, Cross-River State achieved the highest geographic distribution of computers in any state in the entire country. Unlike having computers in a state capital, now the computers were in the hands of teachers in the villages where they were actually teaching. We put together a complete system, preloaded them with all the software that they required, all the training that they required, and then we went to go and stay with them. But in each of the places that we went to, we also built internal capacity so that within the schools, within the ICT labs, those 60 hubs, each of those 60 hubs was planned based on GIS mapping to ensure that there was a technology resource person available to you within 10 kilometers of wherever you were. So we achieved that distribution to ensure that we would have that technical support. We embedded these people in the schools and we took the math teachers and we turned them into ICT trainers. We put them on a roadmap to acquire technical skills and qualifications so that they themselves would understand that as they are learning, they're also enhancing themselves and becoming more available. Indeed, our biggest fear was that after training, these teachers would abandon Cross-River and go elsewhere. I will give kudos to the governor at the time, Senator Leah Limoke, for having the commitment to double down on the incentives that we're going to teachers to keep them within the system and to keep them continuously engaged in the schools that they were in. You will be amazed. Every single computer that went out was paid for by the teachers themselves. We created a payment plan with insurance around it, and every single one of those 12,000 teachers who were in the first batch, every single one of them paid for the systems and owned it themselves. And we found that after 40 hours of training, after just 40 hours of training with these teachers, 40 hours is, we're going in and we're running like 8-day training, 5 hours a day, and that type of thing. And you can see from the pictures that are on the screen that these things were happening in situ. Like I said, we were not bringing them to anywhere. They were in their own environment, and we're training them there. And we will take a small 2K generator. This I passed my neighbor generator. We'll put up in a small multimedia projector, a darkened room. We enter, we train, and you can see clearly from the pictures that these are the environments in which we train. Remember what I said, that the government had already invested in upgrading the schools, so we had the labs in which to work in. And what is there in a lab? It's just the building, as you can see, with fans and tables. And then the teachers brought their own laptops and came into the environment. Why a laptop? Because a laptop has 8 hours of power. I didn't need to put a 5 kVA generator to power anything and be struggling for where diesel would come from. The teachers would bring those laptops to school. And when they're in school, before they go, they put them into charging stations and they charge them, they take them back home. What did we find? We found that from our baseline tests, and the subsequent analysis on digital literacy training, we found that it was an incredible result. Teachers who started out, as you can see on the blue level, ended up at the red level. So 40 hours of training, they transformed themselves from almost not knowing to completely knowing. And here was the big thing that we learned from it. And I'll give you an example. I hope I can play this video. But I'll give you an example of what happened. They overcame their fear. And as they overcame their fear, certain things started to kick in. We found that they were able to build a community of learning amongst themselves. They started training themselves. But guess who became the chief instructor? In every household where the teacher had a laptop, the child became the chief instructor. For children as young as 6 years old, would open the devices and start to teach the parents how to use the devices. They saw it like a toy, the same way that they play with your phone. And they take these things and they start playing with it and they started teaching the teachers. But more interestingly, the incentive for having these laptops also changed. Not only did the teachers want to use them as we said they should use them, but more importantly, they wanted it to enable their children to pass their own exams. So we found that the what's in it for me, which we consider to be such a negative, is actually a positive. Maybe somebody can help me play that first video. I'm not sure I know how to get it done from here. Can I come down and click if you don't mind? So maybe, I hope there's maybe audio there. The one on the left, if you just click on it, it should play. Do you want to put a mic? Is there audio on it? So this lady is, you can see from her face that she's basically really just afraid. She had been told by the government that she needed to come and do this 40 hours of training. She didn't know what we call a mouse. Had bought a computer because she understood that we're going to phase out teachers who were not digitally literate. And she came to the place with fear. If you could hear the video, what is happening is that the interviewer is asking her how she feels. And she's honestly expressing her opinion that she's scared and that she doesn't know what to do and that she has come because she's been told that she has to come. They asked her whether she has a laptop. She said yes. She said, why did you buy it? She said because she knew she had to buy it, but also because she thought her children may also be able to use it and all that. The video the next video is her. If you play it, maybe you can just play the next video if you can't hear the audio. You can tell from the features. Just stop the first one and play the second.
not at all. I'm feeling very okay now. Now I can challenge my children who are gone for training for now for only 1 week. I'm able to put and
Bless her soul. This is a lady who you would ordinarily have said would not be able to overcome this hurdle, but she found a way to do that. And this is really where the magic lies, that teachers, as I was told in Ghana by a teacher after attending a 4-day conference, a teacher is a very special person. Teachers, if you are a teacher because you are a teacher and not by circumstance, if you're a teacher because this is what you understand that your role is in life, teachers teach because they want to see their students be all that they can be. The joy of a teacher is not in the money, it's in seeing you 10 years afterwards and looking at you and say, wow, I was party to what this child has now become. And we found that we ran a similar program in Lagos in a pilot. The day that we closed the event, it was like we were all in church. There was like praise worship. We had a session that was supposed to be 1 hour where the deputy governor came to attend that at Agidingbi, and she couldn't talk. None of us could talk for almost 30 minutes because they were singing and praising God and all sorts of things. And when they calmed down, we asked one of them to come and speak. And that one said she didn't know it was possible. But beyond not knowing that it was possible, she has now found that her life has been fundamentally changed, and same for her children. And this is what is really exciting, that the only thing holding us back is ourselves. And I'll try to close in the next 10 minutes or less by exploring what must we do. We must understand what we must do, and we must do what we need to do. That lady, that teacher, has probably retired from the system now, but she not only has transformed herself and her opportunity, she's transformed her family and her community by the work, by upgrading herself in this manner at this stage, and by showing the courage to do so. If you ask me what is missing in the Nigerian system today, I would say that there are 3 things. Or one is missing, two are missing, one is present. The one that is present is an extensive commitment to mediocrity. We have a system that just seems to love and embrace and promote and celebrate mediocrity. And because we have that system in place, excellence cannot shine through. So the other 2 things that are missing that can battle mediocrity and turn it around is, first of all, competence. Too many of our people who are in positions of authority, who can influence things, do not know what they need to know in order to be the agents of change, and have not made the commitment to go and find out what those things are. What they want are quick wins. Maybe on this call, people are hoping that there will be one slide where I will list out all the things they have to buy, and then tell them where they should go and buy it and how much they have to pay for it. I'm sorry, you might as well sign off now, because I'm not going to do that. You have to get up and go and do the work yourself and gain the competence. The second thing that we are looking for is courage. Just the courage to confront the future that we do not really understand and insist that we'll head in that direction. In the Nigerian education sector, there are people who have expressed that courage, and that courage has produced tremendous results. And some of them you're going to hear today. I know them personally. I know some of them just by their exploits, but these are people who have embraced fear. They have embraced fear and found the courage to do really extraordinary things. So let's talk about very quickly what it is that I think that we must do. I wrote this article in 2001. And at the time, it was supposed to be a discourse on multimedia technology and social change. And I foolishly, in my youth, titled it Diffusing the Idiot Bomb. And of course, I got bombed for calling it the Idiot Bomb. But I had seen by then, I was convinced that we were in crisis. I had been monitoring this crisis for 15 years. And it became clear to me that if we didn't do something, we were going to actually have this idiot bomb explode in our society. Nobody wanted to hear it, but it was something that I thought I had to say. Like I said, if you look here, you would see that the problem we had, people kept denying it. We had ministers saying there is nothing wrong. We had people saying there is no evidence that there is a problem in Nigeria. We had a minister saying things like, I think that these people, he was talking about striking university lecturers, and he said, I think they are ingrates. We will crush all opposition. This is the Minister for Education, Federal Minister for Education. We had the JAMB registrar at the time, 1996, saying things like, there are no facts to substantiate that you and I are living in. Is that if we cannot recognize these traits in the generality of the youth around you, it is, if it's any comfort, you're not alone. The majority of the readers will dismiss these assertions as exaggerations. They need the safety and the comfort of disbelief, even as the idiot bomb is being primed for detonation. Yet in our offices and homes, we harbor these leaders of tomorrow, these buccaneers who already aggregate themselves in ruthless gangs in all our institutions of learning, and they are proud of their strength and ridicule knowledge. In time, this ill-formed elite will acquire the veneer of success, and masquerading in suits and uniforms and armada of the older generation, they will control and articulate public policy to impact on all of our lives. 20 years later, who can say that this is not the situation? Net, for 40 years, we have been refusing to accept our reality and deal with it constructively. The reality is that when financial systems fail, everybody battles to sort out the problem. When the banks are going to collapse, they battled. Every time that some sector of the economy is in trouble, people come to the table. but education has been in crisis for 40 years, and we have not assumed it to be the crisis that it is. And yet, it is education or miseducation that has resulted in the situation that we have today, where none of us lives in security, and all our children are asking themselves, what next, what next, what next? Why would we have created a society where people are looking to get out? Where for a young person, his future is obviously abroad. The reason is because they understand that education is the currency of the 21st century. And they're not getting it. Every nation competes on the basis of its human capital, not on the resources in the ground. And until you are able to grab that capital, that human capital, and develop it, it becomes a liability for you. The children know that a world-class education, they're not fools. They know what happens. Their colleagues live here, end up in Canada and America, and in a couple of years, within a decade, we are talking about them as though they are amazing people. They all grew up in Lagos, in Ibadan, in Aba, in Kaduna. They all went to, now all of us go to school now. Should be like before. How come every time our youth are extracted from this soil and replanted in foreign soil, they suddenly blossom and become massive? It's the reason is the fundamental issue, the education system. It creates the capacity, but it also builds the people who actually build the nation and make it possible. So what do we do and how do we change our picture? Which is a central thing, because Nigeria is heading to a stage where we're going to have 350 million people in this country. And we are battling an issue of over 45% unemployment in the education space. We've been struggling for 40 years with a system that only has capacity for 14% of its children in senior secondary. The rest stop education at JS3 because there's no TVET that is going on. The answer lies in technology. And I can say it over and over again, and people would say it's because I am in technology. But I will tell you the reasons why. If you look at the thing that you see on the image, the diagram that you see, there's something called the cloud economy. This is the global economy. It is where everybody has to be in the 21st century. And yet in Nigeria, it is the urban formal economy and professional elite who have true access to the cloud economy. The digitally literate, as you can see, are off to the side, completely away from our bubble. The rural informal economy is completely off to the side. There is a small group of the education unemployed who can beg for recharge card, who are able to be part of this cloud economy. This is not possible for a 21st century environment. For us to be able to partake in the 21st century, we have to move that bubble and bring those bubbles in. And that's what you can now see on the screen. We need to bring in, through the diffusion of technology, as many of the educated unemployed into the cloud economy so that they can then re-educate themselves, reskill and retool themselves to acquire the skills and the capacity. We need to bring in the invisible informal economy and make them part and parcel of this cloud economy. Anyone who sits outside this cloud economy is automatically being disenfranchised and perhaps even being condemned to a life that produces the kind of results and the kind of fracturing that we see inside our society today. And the people who have to do this, we no longer have to depend on the public sector to get it done. I'm trying to say, every teacher, every school proprietor needs to put on the armor of a reformer and take this battle as their own personal battle. We have no more room or no more time to wait for anyone. We have to do it ourselves. Whether we recognize it or not, the majority of, let's just call it measurable quality education appears to be happening more and more in the private sector than in the public sector. In many states, over 50–60% of the children who in basic education are in private schools. So we have a responsibility. If we can change one child, let alone 60% of the children in any state, as our responsibility in the private sector, we have to do it. And my point is that we can do so affordably, with greater impact by massively introducing technology. And this is how I want to land. and perhaps end. The opportunity for technology goes beyond the classroom. It goes into different dimensions. Yes, technology can provide differentiated instruction. Yes, it can increase feedback. Yes, it can provide visualization and simulation, for instance, of labs. For example, for over 40 years, we have been doing alternative to practical. This is a test that was put together because Nigeria recognized that some schools didn't have labs. Today, 40 years later, all schools do not have labs. People will say, I'm exaggerating. Well, you know, it's left for you. You tell me where you've seen a lab in a public school, and I'll ask you to just let me buy myself and yourself a ticket and we'll fly there together. Or we'll drive there together and let me go and see it. Is it okay for us to be in the 21st century anchored on STEM? And we cannot say that the majority of our public schools have the infrastructure and the facilities required to teach STEM. And yet we want to be players in the 21st century. Alternative to practical, nobody has asked themselves over the past 40 years what has been the outcome, but it has become an easy way out. So instead of actually building labs, maintaining labs, and teaching, they now say alternative to practical. How can a child understand chemistry if you've not had the magic of titration? You have not seen that magical moment when you just add just that 1 mm and suddenly the thing turns to brilliant blue. How can anyone tell you that a child who has never handled a set square, who's never handled a T-square, who's never walked on a lathe, how can that person actually come into the magic that lies in science and love it? How do we send children into universities to study medicine who have never once done a dissection of a frog in situ? How? How can that child graduate from medical school? How can a child graduate from computer science when the first time they actually see a computer is when they have graduated and started work? What does technology do? It empowers our students to be producers of knowledge, not simply consumers of content. And how do we get there? We believe that there are 3 things that we must do. We must change policy. We must bring technology. But if we don't build capability and culture, it's all a waste of time. The policy can say what it wants. Nigeria has not lacked for deploying technology. But tell me what has happened to all the knowledge access centers, all the big projects around deploying multimedia, magic, what do they call that thing, whiteboard, electronic whiteboard. What has happened to all of those things? They've all turned to dust. This country has been investing in technology and deploying technology in education. There isn't a single case study that any government agency can present today of successful deployment of technology with outcomes that are measurable. Not one. So we cannot wait for them. We have to take the responsibility onto our own and do it. And you look at 3 different areas where technology can impact. You need to look at the e-learning, which is a common component. But how much technology is actually being used in the administration and how much technology is being used in the management of the school itself? So when you look at those 3, you can break it down into other sectors, other areas. And I don't want to go into too much of this because I believe that the search for the answers has to come by you as an educator or a school proprietor getting deeply involved to understand this, go back to school, learn it, see it, experience it, and then you then customize it to your own environment. Otherwise, what we've wanted and expected and hoped from government has not come, which is a clear understanding of the role of technology, the clear building of capacity inside the system to utilize the technology, and the implementation of policies that empower people who use that technology. I told you about Cross-River, a simple policy that said that every teacher must be digitally literate by a certain year, propelled 12,000, that's 50% of the teachers immediately to put themselves on a track to upgrade them. Just that policy. And it wasn't a carrot, wasn't a stick only. A carrot was there. The carrot lay in the promotion and the continuous training that was guaranteed to the teachers who actually met that thing, plus the certificates that they got. All of those teachers also took the Microsoft Digital Literacy exam and were certified. So they had something so that certification guaranteed them certain benefits and promotions inside the system. And then you build the learning community. A single policy driven by somebody who has a clear and an honest intention can radically transform. As I conclude, let me just point to one example of where we are and where we need to be. This is a picture diagram that simply explains the kind of learning that we have been running. Standardized learning. On day one, first term, everybody comes to school, everybody sits in a class, the teacher is in front. They start teaching. They teach the curriculum and they run that curriculum irrespective of where the children are. In this group of classes, each of those children is going to proceed at a pace that is different from the other because that's what they are. You know, is it possible to say, I agree that my wife makes fantastic fresh fish pepper soup, but it's not fantastic all the time. Unless it turns into a factory, it's impossible. Quality can never be repeated every single case in every single time, every single day. Hence the need for differentiated learning. What do? This is the reality of the classroom, that each of these children inside that room there, every one of those children has a certain disposition. And if we cannot empower the teacher to deal with each of these children on an individual basis, to work with that disposition, to enable the potential of this child, then what happens is that we get to the end of the session and we test, some pass, some do not do so well. We go to the next term, regardless of whether that child who started on day one is still relative to his colleagues at 10% of the learning he should have achieved in that first term, that child goes to the second term, carrying that 10% and is in a class with those who got 90% of the learning. And so we continue and we cycle them through. And then we wake up one day and we say, education has failed. How do we do this? By deploying technology. I believe that we have to have a way of massively deploying technology, and we need to understand very clearly, as I have said many times before, connected learning is not the same thing as internet learning. You do not need the internet to create a connected learning environment. What you need is wide area networks or LANs that are basically radio-based and the content in your schools. The last time I made this statement, I got like 10 calls. Show me how, tell me how. Please, I'm not a contractor in that way. I would like to make the money, but that's not what this is about. My company does this. And we've done it we did it with, for instance, the MTN Foundation, 29 schools in 8 states across the country. 12 states, sorry, 29 schools in 12 states across the country. We've done it for other people, but that's not the point. It shouldn't be about, can Chinaya do it for you? You should be able to do it yourself, and you must have somebody inside your institution who knows how to do it. That's the capacity that we have to build, because we need to scale this at a level that no one individual can possibly do it. No one individual can have the contract. This is something that we all have to own. And as a school proprietor, if you do not know already what needs to be done, then it means that you too have failed. 3 things that I want you to keep in mind. Always ask yourself, how can I increase the teacher's productivity? And what is the role of technology in enabling the teacher to increase their productivity? What if I introduce technology that reduces the amount of time that a teacher uses to mark scripts? What if I can give my teachers back 30% of their time? Can they take that 30% of their time and turn that 30% to go and address the child who is at 10 when others are at 30? Do extra classes have to happen after school when the teacher is free because I've given the teacher back 30% of her time? What if I can tell a teacher today how many people inside this class before us here have understood what I've said? And before I'm leaving the class, I can see clearly that Tunde gets it, Emeka doesn't. What if that were possible? What does it take to make the teacher productive? Second question. Teachers, students don't learn in a vacuum. They learn through an extended ecosystem. How can technology enable the parent, the teacher, and the student to collaborate better? How does the parent know how well, supposing I know how well my child did in school every single day. Supposing I knew where the child needs help. Supposing I knew about his behavior in the school that day. And he didn't have to come to me as a report at the end of the term. What if we can intervene and have teachers and students and parents talking on a regular basis, aware of what is going on? What if we can enhance the parents, teacher, and student collaboration? What is the role for technology in doing so? And lastly, how can we improve visibility inside the classroom? In many public schools, teachers are in class, but there's no teaching going on. There's no real learning going on either. Some classes, the teachers are teaching, there's no learning. Some classes, the teachers are not even there. In the rural areas that I have been to, the teacher appears in class, and an hour later, the children are in the farming. Some places we go to, the children are out on the street selling popcorn for the teacher in the streets, hawking. Some places we go to, the teacher is there, supposed to teach 8 subjects and cannot even speak English. And is expected to teach the 8 subjects. How do we know what is going on inside the classroom? How can we use technology to do so? And how do we then close the gaps? I can tell you that a device that is teaching mathematics 100% correct, 100% of the time, available to a child, that child can stop and rewind and play, and rewind and play, and rewind and play, will produce a better outcome at the end of the term than a teacher who is struggling to understand the subject matter himself or herself, because that's not his area of expertise. Education is our responsibility. It's everybody's responsibility. And I want to close by saying, let's find the courage. And as Nin says, life shrinks or expands in proportion to one's courage. We are in the midst of a massive crisis. And if we don't arrest now, there will be nothing left within the next 10, 20 years. Because our population is increasing at such a rate that we don't even have the capacity to have met what was there in the past. And we're still telling each other lies and stories about school enrollment and whatever. We are creating urban centers with ungoverned spaces and ungovernable spaces, controlled by ruthless gangs who are basically illiterate, who do not see education as a pathway. We used to think it was happening in some part of the country. Now it's all over the country. There is no part of this country that you not see young people. We have children being recruited in primary school into gangs. There is an understanding that this education that we tell them to go and do is about just going to a building and coming back and maybe bribing somebody to give you the mark. We already know as a child is entering school today that when he gets to JS3, only 14% of those will be able to go to senior secondary. What happens to the 86% who can't? We already know that our technical and vocational education system has collapsed and has long collapsed and has only a total enrollment of less than 1 million students across the entire country. We already know that our tertiary system is only graduating 450,000 people a year. That for a population of 200 million, we have less than 2 million students in tertiary education. That's 1% of our population. We already know that every year, between 100 and 20 and 150,000 Nigerians migrate out of this country to other countries. And that those who migrate, as we can see from the visa programs, are the best that we have. They're all hunting for professionals. Nobody wants your alaye. The only people who get visa are those who are at the top, who prove themselves to be good. They're the ones who get the visa. How can you be producing 450,000 and losing 150,000 every year? And the 150,000 that you're losing are the best of the 450,000. How can we have a society where every graduate, every young person's goal is to get to the point where he can apply it for a visa and leave the country? He's not leaving the country to become an alaye. He's leaving the country to do what? Get an education and fulfill himself. We must find the courage as educators to take on this battle. Let us no longer look to people who are outside and point at them and blame them. Let's assume that the fight is ours. And let us go to battle like true warriors that we are. I have never seen a teacher who doesn't have the heart of the warrior. But over the past 40 years, we have systematically drained them of their courage. We've made them feel that it cannot happen. And they too are giving up. Believe me, when the teachers give up, when the education system give up, when educators say we can no longer do it, all of us should pack out and go. I hope I've left you with a few things to think about and a few mandates to pick up and run with. I am with you, fighting this battle as best as I can. But believe me, we have to become an army, and an army for change, so that this generation that is coming into the 21st century with aspirations to be global citizens and feel that in this country, they can be all that they are meant to be. Thank you.
Wow. Well, can we please put our digital hands together for Mr. Mbanzoko? That was a full session, a full session. Thank you very much, sir. With all the distractions at the backstage, I was quite, I was full, let me put it that way. A lot of wisdom from what he said. I can't begin to recount, but I would like to hear from you, participants. You can share your thoughts about your key takeaway from that session. It's very important to us. You can share your thoughts on various platforms that you're joining from. On Zoom, you can engage on the chat platform. On YouTube, you can do the same. On Facebook, you can also do the same. And I'd like to give an opportunity to just one person. About 3 people have indicated interest in sharing their thoughts. I'd like to give an opportunity to just one person. Can the media crew be on standby to check who amongst them would be able to unmute quickly and just share their thoughts? Olotu, Modupe Oluwa, or Juliana or Walker, who amongst these people would like to share their thoughts? You can give a voice to them once we have them. Mr. Chinaya closed with a particular thought that teachers have the heart of a warrior. Teachers have the heart of a warrior, and it got me thinking. We're not just using pen and paper. We're not using chalk. We're not using the marker and the whiteboard to fight our wars. It begins from the heart. If it's not within, you can't express it. And enough of, this is a conference of school leaders, enough of school leaders caging the ability of their teachers. You're supposed to enhance their abilities. You're supposed to give them a platform to rise and soar. Okay? Lots of thoughts there. I'm sure that our panel moderator, when she comes up later on, will share some of these things. I'm also sure that the speakers that are going to come up shortly we also highlight some of this important takeaway from this session. Like I said, our time is fast spent. If we do not have either of these three people, we can quickly move on to other things that we have on the list. Okay, so before we go to the next item on the agenda, which is the tech-driven leader. Okay, there's someone. Okay, can we have the person, please?
Okay. Hello, good morning, everyone. Can you hear me there?
Please speak louder.
Good morning. Good morning, everybody. Wow. Can anyone hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Oh, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. Firstly, I want to congratulate Bumi Adedayo Foundation, the BAF. Thank you for this motive, sir. May the Lord continue to be with the organization in Jesus' name. I want to congratulate the 216 schools who are in for this particular show. This morning, I want to thank our great teacher, Mr. Umba. You are a teacher to the course, sir. God bless you. We have gained a lot. They are even immeasurable. Together, we can achieve more. I love this word. And he talked much on that the future has come and gone. If you look at things now, technology is everywhere. And as a jet age, we need to move with time, especially for our future leaders, these children. We must consider them to be first because every child has a dream according to him. And he also said that we must be known for an outstanding achievement, which every school owner and the schools teachers must look into. And I learned that internet began in 1993. It is very, very paramount. We have to note this one. And there is talk about the goal of education that is advanced to knowledge and the dissemination of the truth. I love when he said, even life often. Thank you, sir.
The audio is not very clear. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry for this.
Your thoughts will not hear you clearly. We would like to take your thoughts. You can just put something, type out something and post. Type out your feedback and post to the platform, the chat platform. I'm sure we have a feature that allows us to scroll your comments on the screen. So we'll definitely hear your views. Okay, so we quickly move on. Before we have the next speaker, we're going to have a video interlude for about 7 minutes, and afterwards we have the profile of the next speaker read to us, and then we go into the next main session, which is the tech-driven leader. So we encourage you to hang in there. I must sincerely say that the time is not as we planned it, but I'm sure you're having a great day. So I'll see you.
Thank you so much. Wow. Yeah.
The year 2020 began in a seemingly unremarkable fashion, just like the years before it. Then, something changed. People were coming down with a strange illness. Talks of a new virus, a deadly and highly contagious one, seemed to be whispered in different parts of the world. It was the coronavirus. Soon, the World Health Organization declared the new strain of the coronavirus a global pandemic. This kicked off a flurry of activities worldwide. Nations declared lockdown and flights were banned. Nigeria was no exception. On 31st of January 2020, the World Health Organization listed Nigeria as one of the 13 African countries that were at high risk for the spread of the virus. On 26th of February, a Chinese citizen presented himself to the Lagos state government on suspicion of being infected with the virus. He was tested and found negative. It wasn't long before actual confirmed cases began to dominate the media and the rate soared in Lagos and Abuja. Beginning from the 27th of February 2020 to date, there has been a steady report of cases in Nigeria's two most popular cities, Lagos and Abuja. The Nigerian government declared a nationwide lockdown. Churches, businesses, and schools, amongst others, were shut down. This has never happened before. The closure challenged the system. Many schools, teachers, and even pupils were not ready for what happened. Schools responded differently to the new norm. While some soared, many sunk. How did these affect the Nigerian teachers, students, pupils, and school management?
Some of the teachers, I couldn't pay them. I couldn't pay them because I was not doing anything.
So because of the lockdown, so no more income coming to the school. So we have challenges in paying the staff salary and also run some expenses in the school.
The parents are unable to pay their fees because they said so far we are not in school, they are not going to pay. The teachers were unable to pay them their salaries.
The academic aspect of those children, because we've not finished with the syllabus. We're just about doing revision.
When I saw what was going on, and I was patriotic about the children learning process, so I had to call my teachers and say, what are we going to do? And then so we all agreed that, okay, the only way we could do it, one of the teachers who is a computer literate now said, let's use WhatsApp. So my teachers normally come 2 times a week. We took our scheme, uploaded, we taught English, mathematics, and science. We did it class by class. Then that particular teacher is the one that will be uploading it. We will video the teacher teaching.
But when it came, the only means we can use then was the WhatsApp platform, whereby on a weekly basis, the teachers also download notes and assessments to the pupils based on their scheme of work.
COVID-19 was a new terrain for everybody, but at the same time, we were not prepared for it. But at the same time, we were not caught unaware. Why? Because we've been working online with the children prior to the setting of the COVID-19. Like our children basically do their computer-based test, which is online. So they are familiar with, they already acquired their IT skills.
Although some parents said it's okay by then, but some said they couldn't afford money to eat at all, such as buying data. But those that said it's okay by then, we started with them. Then we even appealed to those that are complaining that there is no money for them to buy data. We said they can still manage. If the children cannot be online every day, they can still make it maybe 2 or 3 times in a week. And there is positive outcome from it. At least about 70 to 80 parents turn up.
Although what really happened is that we are on WhatsApp group already. We put the classes on the WhatsApp group, in which we do chat with the parents in case we have any event we want to do. So that makes it very easy for us to use that platform as a teaching for those children. We send a message to the parents that we'll be starting lecture from so time to so time. So they have to be available with the children then.
The parents are complaining sometimes. They said that the time is short before you know they are done, because I think we use like 30 minutes for each subject.
For some of them that are not internet oriented, they complain of data.
There were lots of challenges. They were not readily available, and as much as some of them don't have more than one device for the children to use while they are not around. So sometimes when you send the children work, or when you are ready for Zoom classes for the children, what you hear from parents is, I'm not available now. So it was a little bit challenging for us to get parents on ground.
The only challenges we are having is that the data.
But the part of the parents, some of them are complaining that they don't have money for data. Then on the part of the children, you know, something they are not used to before. So it's somehow difficult for them to understand. But then that they now understand what we're trying to do for them.
I have the plans and I'm so worried because I want to do it. Technology have gone far because you can't just remain static.
We've studied what is going on in the world as a whole. It's become a global phenomenon. We're in the era of ICT. So any school that really want to meet up with the challenges in this present dispensation have to go on ICT. So it is our plan to continue online.
Personally, right now, it's not all our children that are physically back in school. So we are still doing online for those at home.
Yes, we are still doing it because sometimes we do give the children homework online. We don't want them to just forget about online classes. Even the first time holiday, we still give some homework online.
Yes, we have a plan to continue. In fact, we are still continuing with it. Like some classes, if they learn, they were not able to finish up with their class through the online, we send message to parents, send questions, answer through that, and we can even map through the online question, the WhatsApp group.
Online teaching has really aided or has helped with the teachers to think outside the box. And with the aid of the online teaching, we can easily communicate with our learners without they coming into the classroom.
It makes them to pick more interest because of the technology part of it.
Pupils did not adjust very well during the COVID, the online learning. Just because we are not seeing them, I enjoy the online.
For us as a school, a big thanks to proprietors who had the vision of online schooling that we call a flipped classroom. So this was our emphasis and target before the pandemic came. So the advent of the pandemic wasn't a shocker as it were to the global world to us.
We teachers, we learn a lot of things, how to use technology to teach. We were able to discover how to teach online, like use of Google Classroom and also the use of Google Form to prepare the children assessments. And we also learn how to prepare videos, our own videos, the content of what we want to teach the children, the use of Canvas application and InShots to produce our own videos that the children can be able to learn from instead of downloading from YouTube.
Then we do talk to the parents not to release their phone to their children, even either the father's phone or the mother's phone.
It wasn't easy at first, getting the parents to sit with the children for the teaching, even to release their phone. Some will tell you that, oh, I'm going to work. So it wasn't an easy thing introducing the online teaching at the initial stage.
It's disrupting the aspects of the pupils or the learners asking questions to the teachers.
I was thinking that children may not learn, but as time goes on, I found out that they learn easier, more easier than when we are in the class.
Side factor in the sense that, you know, you're trying to teach a child at the particular time and are not connecting at that period. So you just have to hold on till they are connected.
My fear is it might take a while, but definitely everybody will come to that page where we can enjoy, right, the knowledge that is required to be digitally literate to a point of being able to learn online.
Network might be funny sometimes. It might also bring a delay to what we want to teach the children. The children might be waiting for them to get connected, but maybe during the class, maybe there might be a network problem, and to also discourage the children. Sometimes it's not all the children that will be online. So there are some set of children that are always regular on online class.
My data gets assisted. There's nothing I can do.
Firstly is the data and also the network.
Unable to communicate to the children directly. It really affected them.
And some parents will easily call the class teacher, please, or I'll be at work. Probably can you see market in the evening when I come back? One-on-one, they'll call. But to me, I'll tell them yes.
I think what they need to do is that they should create much more applications whereby it will help and aid the learners and as well as the teachers to communicate with themselves.
If the masses can be able to understand the technology and how it works and make provision to everybody, you understand, the parents will understand it and make provision for the children. I think that one will help.
I believe if phones are made affordable for parents and pupils, the children will be able to learn very well.
They should try and provide resources for teachers, maybe data, anything that will help the teacher to get connected online.
Sandra is the pioneer and current head of school at City of Knowledge Academy. She has over 40 years combined experience in school management and parents liaison through her works with primary, secondary, and tertiary schools. She is a certified transformational coach and has BSc and MSc in applied entomology, in addition to a PGDE and MED in guidance and counseling. She is versatile in CIS accreditation process, sustainable international governance, and technology in education. She is a member board of trustees of Association of International School Educators of Nigeria. She has spent considerable time mentoring young persons and working with men and women from various backgrounds on a variety of life issues. Mrs. Abiola Lamikar is the pioneer and current head of school at City of Knowledge Academy. She has over 40 years combined experience in school management and parents liaison through her works with primary, secondary, and tertiary schools. She is a certified transformational coach and has BSc and MSc in applied entomology, in addition to a PG.
Because they are already engaging in technology outside of the classroom. Anytime, any 21st century child is already engaging in technology outside of their classroom. So why not bring it into the classroom? In fact, another reason why technology is important is that new teachers are demanding it. The young people, everybody that takes to come into education and they demand technology. And you need to be ready to provide it. So just as you can say, are what? They are digital learners. You know, and I first heard that phrase a number of years ago. And I was referred to as a dinosaur. You know, digital natives and then digital dinosaurs. And I smiled to myself and I said, no, I'm not staying in that category. I might not be a native, but I will engage with technology in all its ramifications. And I think that I've been able to do that. And so, even though I'm a grandmother, I can assure you that people younger than me don't have anything on me when it comes to technology. Because you can learn. That's another thing I want to tell the people. You can learn, except you don't want to learn. You can learn. And one thing that I realized when I first was introduced to computers is that computers are built for idiots. They are built for fools. You can't break the computer. You can't break the laptop. Just as you had heard before by the teacher, they can, you know, they go onto a page, they will engage with that page with their teacher. The teacher is no longer there. They can go back to that page again and again and again. And then they can go from that page to other connected pages. And so it continues. Now, one thing I want to also say is that with technology, there are no limits. I hope that the school heads that are here today, none of you is guarding your curriculum and saying it's my school's curriculum. It's my school's material. You cannot touch it. And then you are also harassing your teachers and saying that it's your curriculum. I know that I left one school and a report followed me that I had taken their curriculum. And I actually wrote them back and them into the public domain. So please get off. Okay? So that's just the honest truth about it now. Nothing is hidden. There are no more limitations. Yes, about a few years ago, access was unlimited. That's just the honest truth. But now, gateways are tightening up. Gateways are tightening up, and so you now need to have access to certain things, which is only just there because all of the software and things that are put on the net, you know, intellectual property of someone, and you need to pay for it to be able to access it. So there's a lot of free stuff on the internet, but there are also places where you will need to have access, and you're going to have to pay for that access. And I will be talking about costs because I know that the school owners are always looking at the bottom line. Now, technology has the ability to enhance relationships between teachers and students. You know, there's nothing more interesting than a teacher doing something on the laptop, for instance, and all of the children come around and they begin to talk and they begin to share ideas, okay? The teacher is teaching using the whiteboard. I remember that a few years ago in my school, because of the teachers just getting to know the interactive board, the children were telling them what to do. And they would jump up and they would say, no, do this. Right? And they knew those ones that were proficient, and they knew those ones that were a bit slow. And so they helped them. And the children still do it up till today. They will always help the adults in the room. Always. And us adults, it's always easier. Please come and do it. But you know what? From today, grandmas amongst you begin to learn. It's not going to bite. Now, another thing about technology is that testing has gone online. It has done what? It has gone online. Because, for instance, in my school, not only do we offer written entrance exams, we also offer online exams. And so we have people all over the world who can take our entrance exams. I was quite intrigued in this week, I think, with the report from Unilag talking about their post-UTME examination that was taken online. And I think they tested about 35,000 students. And at the end of the day, they were able to come out with a report of people who cheated, people who didn't engage properly, because the softwares, they become wizards and witches. That's just the honest truth about it. So, don't be, how can we have tests online? The children will cheat, whatever. For instance, in my school, because we use Microsoft Teams, you know, the children are always one step ahead of us. And so they are trying to, they are trying to find the loopholes. And so when we are training and we train, we are training and retraining. And we are always reminding the teachers, lock up your documents, put in this security. Why? Because the children are 10 steps ahead of you. However, once you have the expertise, you will still be able to get ahead of the children. But actually, we don't need to get ahead of the children. We need to be at par with them. Then a multitude of resources. I always tell my teachers, there is no lesson that they want to teach in any subject that has not been taught somewhere and someone has put a video on the internet. It's not possible. Anything you want to teach, it's already there. So if you are bereft of ideas, get onto the internet and go and check and see what is happening there. And you'll be able to find new things, because the new will always keep each one of us engaged. So technology keeps children engaged. When my son was growing up, it was Sesame Street. That was the in thing. And so they had to wait for television to come. But if you remember Sesame Street, you will remember that you couldn't get the children away from television in front of the television when it was going on. Why? They were engaged. Now, to now talk about when they have it in their hands and they are in control and they can do whatever it is that they want with it. It's so intriguing and so lovely when you see children playing with technology. It's just wonderful. And another thing is, which is why I said that if you don't engage in technology in your school, you might be running out of business. Technology is necessary to succeed out of primary and secondary education. If your school is not engaging in it, I would suppose that your parents will begin to question you that, how are these children going to be able to succeed when they thought? It's not an option, it is compulsory. If you are going to produce children who will be able to interact with the world when they leave your school. So, what will your response to technology in education be? From today, what will your response be? Are you going to embrace it? Are you going to say, well, I'll think about it? Are you going to say, I don't even know where to start from? But the one thing that cannot change is that technology is here to stay in every single school. Now, I'm fortunate, and I keep on saying this, I'm privileged because I have been in the private education sector. I've had a little bit of interaction with the public sector, and I was appalled, disappointed, embarrassed. I won't even go there. I won't. But the truth is, and I have said this before, it's the duty of government to provide education. The private sector is just helping. And unfortunately in Nigeria, private education is a business. The truth is that education has no business being a business if it's going to be done properly. It has no business being a business. But I'm not going to discourage you. You have set up schools, you are running them, and quite a lot of people are running their schools successfully, and they are running them professionally, and they are running them actually with empathy. So congratulations to you. But one thing I want to say is that technology is what it is here to stay. So this quotation, technology is not going to replace teachers, but teachers who use technology will probably replace teachers who do not. During the pandemic, what happened? During the lockdown, what happened? The people who had technical skills were sought after. Schools that had no inclination of what to do concerning technology, they closed their gates. And I'm sure that when they opened, they had lost a lot of clients. To my utter shame and embarrassment, there were some states in Nigeria that closed their schools for months on end during the lockdown. Was there no wise man or wise woman in those states who could do anything? But you see, what had happened was that since they didn't have a vision, since they couldn't think that anything was going to happen to the status quo that we knew before March last year, so they had not done anything about technology, and they were caught with their pants down. That's exactly what will happen. And the wonderful news is that we don't know what the next thing will bring. We don't know how many times schools are going to have to close down. Hopefully not so much. I'm sure you've heard about the fixed mindset and the growth mindset. But today I just want you to think about it. And you're going to have these slides. You're going to be given these slides so you can sit down and actually think about it, because you need to test yourself and ask yourself these questions. Do I give up easily? Because, you know, having a vision and then trying to implement or trying to work out that vision, it takes guts, it takes determination, it takes perseverance, it takes everything that is in you. It takes a can-do attitude. And, you know, it takes a lot of courage, because so very many people are going to be against you. They will tell you that it can't be done. So what are you going to do? I avoid challenges. Oh, there are going to be so many challenges. I'm either good at it or I am not. No, you can learn. You can learn. So do you have a growth mindset towards technology? Because it's technology we are talking about today. What are you going to do? There might be one or two of you even sitting there and already you're thinking and saying, look, all that she's saying, I'm not even interested. You know, please, I beg, leave me. Maybe we've been doing it since. My school is this number of years. My school is that number of years. Maybe we have been making money. You know what? That easy route is going to close down. And it's, you know, the end is in sight. The end of the easy road is in sight. Because the truth about it is that for quite a number of us in our schools, we have always pursued the line of least resistance. We have not pushed back. We have not made changes. We have not wanted to improve, but you have to do that. And so, do you learn from feedback? Are you inspired by other people's success? Let's wait and see what will happen. Your mindset can affect everything. How do you react to feedback? Your willingness to take on new projects. How you manage employees. Dear heads of schools and owners of schools, look after your teachers. Look after your teachers. Manage your employees. Do the best that you can with them. Train them. Make them improve. Make them change, because you need them. So, technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of great teachers is transformational. You know, when you see, because I have seen it happen in my school, the school that I run. You know that this teacher is good. And then the teacher now gets hold of technology. And then you begin to see him fly, or you begin to see her fly. And you are impressed. And you say, wow, so you could get this much out of your lessons? Give your teachers a chance. And so I think one of the things that I'm supposed to do today, I'm supposed to encourage you and inspire you with probably the journey that I have taken. And I said that once I was introduced to computers in the early 90s, I was fascinated because I realized that they would soon be replacing laborious tasks with the click of a button. And as I was thinking about it, I was saying my journey with technology has actually started in probably 2000, when I was actually running a primary school. But in that primary school, I made sure that we had a computer lab. That was in 2000. And the reason why I did that was before, in the 90s, we had these IT teachers who used to go around from primary school to primary school saying that they were teaching computer science. And I used to get very annoyed and very irritated because they made the children buy books, textbooks. And I would keep on saying that, okay, how can children learn IT from a textbook? It's not possible. And so we went ahead and we put in a computer lab, and the children were enjoying themselves. So that was where my journey began. And then I now moved into the secondary school sector. And I remember that I went for a training, 2010, in the UK. And you know, just as God orders things, I had wanted to take another module, but it wasn't available. And so, because we had already paid, I now switched to another model. And it was technology in education. And I can assure you that that changed my perspective totally and completely. So, which is why training is good. Now, at that time, I was in a school where the standard was that as the children came in, every one of them was given a netbook. They each had a laptop, because that was the vision, that this school was going to be tech-driven. And I remember that at that training, with heads of schools from all over the world, international schools, there were only about 2 or 3 schools that had that sort of thing in their school. You know, the debate then was one-to-one computers. Should each child have their own laptop? That was the debate then, in 2010. So how many years ago? Just 11 years ago. That was the debate, that should each child have a computer? But I was one of the few people who came from a school where the children each had their own laptop. Fast forward, I now moved into the school that I am in, and I'm the pioneer head. And I said, if we are setting up this school in the 21st century, then we have no business not making sure that technology is a tool, not an add-on. And so we ensured that right from the beginning, technology was going to be a tool and not an add-on. For very many schools that have been there for quite a long time, to introduce technology into what we're already doing can be quite an upheaval. But we were opportune to start from ground up. And another thing we said was that every single one of our children had to be Microsoft certified before they left the school. And the truth is that quite a number of the children who have left the school, they collected about 4 or 5 certifications before they left. Why? Because children love to learn. They love to be challenged. And so they went ahead and collected 4 or 5 certifications. Is it a lot of work? It is, because those certification trainings, they take place at 6:30 in the morning, because there is no time in the proper timetable of the day, none at all. But that's that's the certification journey. So what do we now do? Okay, the children have their netbooks. We now have to introduce interactive boards. We now have to make sure that each teacher has their own laptop. Each teacher is trained and becomes comfortable with the use of technology. Because even though we were getting teachers from all of the big schools in Nigeria, they were not really comfortable with technology. And so we insisted that our teachers had to become comfortable with the use of technology. Now, you might ask that, am I capable of doing all of that? No. But you know, it's interesting because one of the things I'm going to talk about is training and also getting the right staff. I have this gentleman, my vice principal academic. He's a techie. Anything, in fact, he upsets me at times because if there's an issue with technology, until he solves it, he doesn't get up. You know, until he solves it, he doesn't get up. And so he goes on and on. Now, we then began to talk about, you know, the interactive boards, the netbooks, our intranet. You know, our children got quite savvy with them tech. They were trying to hack our, our intranet, which is good. You know, it's just that we now begin to talk to them about the ethical part of it, and they shouldn't do that. That's breaking into people's property. But children will be children. In any case, we now begin to talk about blended learning, about flipped classrooms. And I'm not going to begin to talk about all of that because truly they are buzzwords that have been around for quite a bit now. Ebola then happened. You remember Ebola? Yes. Before then, we had been experimenting with some online learning platforms. Mojo, I remember that was what we were using then. And when Ebola happened, if you remember, schools were shut down for a few weeks and we were not able to go to school. And that got me thinking, because you see the course that I attended in 2010, they had been talking about learning management systems. Then it was something called Atlas that was around at that point in time. And the reason why it came up was because we remember these are international schools and they could be operating in countries where, you know, war broke out, something or the other happened. And so they were saying, what do we do in case our children cannot come to school? We must be able to reach them. And so they had begun to develop, learning management systems since then. When Ebola came, I told my staff, I said, it's only going to get worse. So we had better get ourselves positioned to be able to run school from home. And so from the days of Ebola, we were mindful of the fact that schools could close down at any point in time. Okay, very, very short time left. Very short time. But to cut a long story short, what then happened was that when we locked down in March last year, we did not miss a beat. We moved offline, we moved online within 48 hours. All of our activities were moved online. Our assemblies went online. Our parents' consultation went online. Anything, end of year activities, everything went online. So I'm not going to quickly go through this. Start where you are. I know that everybody says it's expensive. My school can't afford this, we can't afford that. But do you have a smartphone? Do you use WhatsApp? Are you on Facebook? Do you watch videos on YouTube? Then you can access technology. So it's not an event, it's part of everyday learning. How would you use technology in your school? To enhance and expand the scope of teaching and learning. For instance, one of the latest additions in our school is the online library. So wherever our children are anywhere in the world, they can access the library. Explore virtual activities. Move, the association I belong to, Association of International School Educators, all of our activities that we used to have with the children, we moved them online. You'll be able to improve your administrative tasks, your reports and all kinds of things, your record keeping, data analysis. By the time we produce our reports, we already know the percentage of, the average performance for girls, for boys. We do it in all manner of ways. And everybody is concerned. Even the children are interested in those analyses. They keep track of it as well. And it also improves your communication with parents and the public. What practical steps can you take? Make up your mind to embrace technology. Make up your mind to embrace technology. Invest in hardware. As I said, desktop, laptops, whatever. They may be brand new if you can afford them. They may be fairly used. They may be higher purchase, but create a plan for acquisition. Now, identify training needs for yourself and for your staff, and identify your trainers. Like I said, target the young men. There are so many young boys and girls who are out there who are willing to train you on every form of thing that needs to be done. What I'm going to end with is that I have put up quite a lot of resources that teachers can use. And that is what you need. More resources for learners. You also have educational apps. Because apps, you can use them offline. But whatever it is, I want to encourage you today that don't be afraid of technology. Do not begin to think that I can't afford technology. You're going to find out that you don't have to get everything at the same time, but you can add on things. So I would like you to be able to think about that. Ask questions. You don't know everything. I do not know everything, but find out experts. You will always find people who can talk to you and who will talk you through your journey. Even in your neighborhood, you would find them. So technology is just the tool. And that's why I said, look after your teachers. Look after your teachers. When the lockdown first started, I remember that in my association, a lot of people were saying, oh, they're going to sack all our teachers. They're going to tell everybody to go away. And I said, look, you've been building up your schools for years. Do not with your own hands pull down what you have built together over the years. So technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids working together and motivating them, the teacher, your teachers, they still remain the most important item that you need to look after. And so this afternoon or this morning, I hope that I have encouraged one or two people to move from the normal, somebody was, like I said right at the beginning, we are not going back to pre-2019. It's not possible. It's not going to happen. So don't begin to think that when things now, as we will say, improve, they ain't going to improve. Not at all. We are going to have to learn how to live in this new normal or the current normal. And so if you do not do something about your school, it's not likely that the school will be there in 10 years' time. But I would like to see that everybody who has listened today, your schools will begin to grow and will begin to improve and you'll begin to make progress. And if you've never typed a document, if you've never produced a PowerPoint, if you've never engaged with technology, in another 2 years, when next I meet you, I want to see that you're already an expert. So God bless us all. And I wish all of your schools the greatest success.
So can we put our hands together again for Miss Lami Kora, wherever we are, please. Okay, so we can put our digital hands together. Thank you very much, Ma. I'll echo what you just said, that technology is just a tool. In terms of getting the kids working together, motivating them, the teacher is the most important. That is another attestation to the fact that teachers are the center of it all. It's great to have resources to acquire gadgets. It's great to go about licenses, this and that, but more importantly, invest in the teachers. Sometimes you've got a great tool in your hands, but you do not have the knowledge of how to maximize that tool. So again, it takes me back to what our keynote speaker said, that you must step out of your comfort zone to go acquire the right knowledge. The right knowledge. Knowledge is a critical factor here. And again, there is no one cap that fits it all. No one cap that fits it all. I'll read some reactions from the platform. We've got some questions that we hope to address during the panel session. Someone said, Fumilayo said, thank you for the awesome encouragement. Mrs. Yusuf Fatima, wonderful presentation, Ma. From Saburi Kolawale, thanks, Ma, for boosting our morals. Abiona Comfort said, I'm beginning to think hard. Oh, technology, oh, teachers, may God help me. Amen. That's a very good prayer. But more importantly, be determined to take action that will move you from where you are. And I have from Mrs. Olayinka Adedayo, that's a Chairman Board of Justice. Okay, from Yimika Bumi Adedayo, saying, thank you, Ma, for this wonderful presentation. Oloye Kehinde, thank you, Mrs. Lamikara. Your words are eye-opener. Many thanks, Ma. Awesome feedback. That was an insightful session. We quickly move on. We're trying to manage the little time we have, want to use it effectively. So quickly, I'd like to, by the way, before I leave Ms. Lamikara, I must mention that City of Knowledge Academy has actually been a long-standing partner of the foundation since the year 2016, where they offered a 6-year scholarship to the first of our pupils at the foundation. And recently, as recent as last year, we got a second slot, and another indigent pupil gained access to that school on a clean bill. Again, kudos to, I don't know how you go about it, I don't know how you get your sponsors, but I think you're doing a great job by extending a good hand to the indigent children. Okay, so we'll move on quickly. It's time for us to hear a word from our funders. Remember I said in the opening, the welcome remark, that the conference this year is an offshoot of the Tech Relevant Teacher Project, which is a project that is being sponsored by the Coca-Cola Foundation. So I have with me here a representative of the Coca-Cola Foundation, Mrs. Unwamaka. I'd like to welcome you to the platform to give us a goodwill message on behalf of the Coca-Cola Foundation. After this, we'll move on into the next the next session, which is a case in view of a tech-based school. So right after a goodwill message, we'll just proceed to play the profile of the next speaker, and then we'll move on. Thank you. Come on.
Okay. Thank you so much. I really like to thank everyone that is here seated and those of us that are joined online for dedicating their time. It shows how important this conference is to them. And having listened to the speakers, really, we are not just, this is not just our new reality or the future. It's actually our new normal. And also, I would just want to encourage each and everyone on the call that this is a time we need to build for ourselves and for the future. Not only ourselves, we need to also build the new generations that have been entrusted into your care. Because not only in the space of academics, the world has gone to digital space. It has come to stay, and it will only get better. Some of us in the industry, myself particularly, I think this is 12 months, 1 year, we have not been to the office. Even the workplace is using digital. Most companies have also announced that they will never return back to the office again. All the work that you see now are done in the digital space. So that is why it is very important that we build children that will be able to compete in this new world that we found ourselves. So I'm here on behalf of the Coca-Cola Company and the Coca-Cola Foundation. And I will just be taking you through, I know most of us know the Coca-Cola Company, but most of us are not aware that the Coca-Cola Company also have a foundation and what we do at the foundation. As a company, we believe that we do not only refresh the world, we also want to make a difference in societies. And that is why the foundation is very critical to us and at the center of what we do in our community. So the Coca-Cola Foundation is primarily our company international philanthropic arm because it was set up in 1984 to handle issues and support communities around the world. It is set up as an American charitable organization, and since inception, it has given grants in excess of $1 billion across the world to solve and support sustainable communities around the world. We believe that we do not only want, we believe that we want to build a shared future for everyone, especially in communities where we live and work. Our business is committed to giving back 1% of our prior year's operating profits to enable funding and to ensure that we strive and impact at various programs around the world. In 2020 alone, we contributed a total of $139 million to issues and helping to solve issues around the world. COVID-19 was a critical area that we had to support. Apart from COVID-19, 20% of the funding went to education. And that is why we are all in this room today. Our objectives and the main goal of the foundation is to ensure that we solve 4 critical areas. The first is on water stewardship. When we say water, we know that communicable diseases actually comes with issues of lack of access to potable water and sanitation across our communities. So water is an area that we believe that we want to scale so that anywhere you are, you should have access to good water and sanitation, because that is a critical angle that also affects the health and well-being of people. The second area of focus for the foundation is in the area of health and active lifestyle. We invest in programs that encourage us to be healthy and live a healthy lifestyle. And then the third pillar for the foundation, it's in the area of community recycling. We know, so when we say recycling, plastic waste is a critical angle. I know that most of us have actually seen the documentary that shows that in the year 2030, that the fishes in the ocean would actually be dying of plastic waste, ingesting plastic waste. And that is why we are committed in building programs around different communities to help people be able to recover this plastic waste, which is actually not waste. We call it waste to wealth, because we believe that the plastic have a second life. And also when you look at that area, we believe that wherever you are, you should actually not dispose your plastic waste to go to the environment that causes flooding and issues that then enters into our waterways. And then the fourth pillar, it's actually in the area of education. And it's a very critical pillar for us, because we believe that with education, we can change the world. And really, of course, this particular tech relevant teachers program falls under this bucket. And we are deeply excited for partnering with BAF Foundation, because they have the core competence we do not have. And that is why we believe that we have to work with partners like them, who have the core competence, who have the credibility, who have what it takes to draw partners together, so that they can build partnerships or programs that have the right social impact and is able to change the world. And I believe that all of you that are on the call, please give it your best. I'm deeply excited that this program has kicked off and the impact stories that we are going to create. I look forward to hearing these stories from you. 6 months down the line, I would like to be back in a forum where most of you would actually share your impact stories and how we have changed maybe our approach and how we have been able to impact in our children skills that would help them to compete and be relevant anywhere in the world. And at Coca-Cola, our story remains a story of partnership. And I encourage every one of you on this call, you can't do it alone. Whatever you're doing, seek partnership. Look at best practices. Identify the schools that you can lean on. And that's why one of the things I'm deeply excited of, people coming to share their story. The last weekend, you could see her experience. And I believe that most of you got inspired by what she has shared with you. And that is what we are trying to create, that all of you participating in this project should be able to lean on each other, learn, and see areas that you need to unlearn, so that we can be able to create the right impact among our children. And we'll be proud to be able to say that we have built generations that are ready to compete anywhere in the world. So on behalf of the Coca-Cola Company and the Coca-Cola Foundation, I encourage you to be at your best, be 100% present, because knowledge is indeed power. And we believe that after this project, I will sit back and look forward to hearing all your impact story. Congratulations and good luck.
Raul Sofia from Pasloma Primary School, Lagos Island, Lagos State. I'm a teacher that I've been teaching for years. I'm Raul Sofia from Pasloma Primary School, Lagos Island, Lagos State. I'm a teacher that I've been teaching for years, both with some challenges, I believe it's normal thing to teach like that. To call people, to call students that this you are good, but the other one you are very good. It is a normal thing for me as a teacher to say something like that. So when BAF came in to educate and assess, train us, I was able to know that it is very bad to label a child an olodo, as it is popularly called. When a child is very poor academically, we Yoruba will say olodo. And from BAF we said it is from BAF that I know that it is very, very bad to label a child an olodo. By coming in, they introduce a 21st century teaching skill to us. From it, we are able to know that when you are teaching students, you let them collaborate with each other. From there, they learn from each other. Children learn from each other. Initially, I don't know that. I believe students only learn from teachers.
Thank you very much. The Coca-Cola company, the Coca-Cola Foundation. I thought I should just come up to share a few feedback from the platform. Thank you, Coca-Cola, for helping teachers. I think that's something very key. Thank you, Coca-Cola, for helping teachers, because that's simply what you're doing. And not just teachers, you're actually helping to shape the world. Coca-Cola drink, you are number one. Every other brand is your baby. Wow, what a marble. Thank you, Coca-Cola. You're really making outstanding impact. It's a great effort from you. Okay, thank you, Coca-Cola Foundation. You're doing a great job. With that, I say good job, you. And that's a language from the classroom. Okay, thanks to the Coca-Cola Foundation for sponsoring this project. So really, on behalf of the foundation also, we want to say thank you, Coca-Cola, for choosing us as a partner to work with on this project. You could have chosen some other organization, but you chose to go with us. We're grateful. So next is another very key session. In fact, it's also another practical session. It's a case in view of a tech-based school, right? It's an opportunity to also look at developmental phases of another school. So if you're out there thinking, where do I start from? You don't need to look far, look at other people's story and see how you can create your own. You don't need to invent something new. There is nothing really new under the heaven. So go about it, do your research, and see how you can adapt it. So next is Dr. Justina Adeosun, who is coming to take us for the next 35 minutes, and then we move to the final descent for the day. A profile.
Dr. Voki Justina Adeosun is a medical doctor, educator, and an avid promoter of inclusive education and integrating technology in teaching. Voki is the co-founder of How Buri School and the founder of Act EdTech, an organization committed to helping educators and schools to efficiently use technology in education. In the last decade, she has worked with and trained teachers in both private and public institutions in the child safety and abuse prevention, mental, emotional, and behavioral disorders in children, learning difficulties, and teaching with technology, among others. She led a team of young Africans between 2007 and 2010 to organize the largest exhibitions of Nigerian schools in the UK. In recognition of her contribution to teaching and learning with technology, Volke was invited as a guest teacher to Lynn Fripps Elementary School, Vancouver, Canada in 2015. In 2018, she was facilitator and faculty member at Teach for Nigerian Training Institute. Dr. Justina was inducted into the prestigious 10,000 Points of Light Club in April 2019 by the Banking of Africa's Future initiative. She is a Google certified educator, Ed Puzzle coach, and certified Microsoft Innovative Educator.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. It's a great delight to be here. It's afternoon, sorry. I'm still, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for that. It's a great delight to be here. I want to especially thank the organizers for inviting me to be a part of this. I've also learned quite a thing from the previous speakers, and I'm actually delighted to be amongst this crowd. So I'm just going to be speaking about building a tech school, basically just discussing what we do at our school and our school view. That's basically, so it will just be a discussion. But before I want to just talk a bit about us, our history. We started out in 2011. We opened our doors on the 6th of January with a crèche and nursery. And then in 2013, we decided to have a school tech implementation plan. This was part of the plan with the directors and co-founders of the school. So in 2013, we had that. And later that year, our primary school started. So actually, our plan was in place before the primary school started. And then we deployed our online learning platform in 2013. In 2014, we then started computer-based testing. We did that for a few subjects and gradually grown to, I think, just excluding 2 subjects right now across all the primary classes. In 2020 September, we started out our secondary school with the SF hybrid, and it's a one-to-one environment. And then also we started our BYOD, which means bring your device to school across the upper primary classes in 2020. So just a little bit of our history. But I forgot to mention that in 2013, when we were having all that great plan, we only had 1 computer in our school. So it's important to mention that. So why did we decide to go on the tech journey? I mean, the children are digital natives. They've been said in all of the previous sessions, and we can't overemphasize that. Plus, it's global trend. There was a lot of research that had been done. A lot of studies have shown how tech was supporting education. I mean, so it was no other way to go. Plus, technology tools and softwares were becoming more and more readily available at the time. And then we saw what technology could do to instruction, how it could improve the learning, how it transformed the classroom. So it was important for us to also go in that direction. And then we wanted more parent involvement. So we wanted our parents to be very aware of what was happening in our classes, aware of how their children were learning. And a lot of parents were giving, oh, I'm on the road, I'm here. So when things moved tech-wise, it was easy to have them very much involved. Plus, these are the skills that the children need for now and the future. So that was our big driving force. Okay, so before we decided to implement all of this, we looked at our school ecosystem and decided that, look, these are the parties, the key parties or key members in our school ecosystem, and what was going to be the effect on all those people and what was going to be the reaction. So we looked at pupils. They are the center of all we do. So we looked at them first. Because we had learned that, yes, it will improve their learning, it will improve, but we wanted to measure the impact on them. The safety, also screen time. Did they have the skills for what we needed to do and what the tools we wanted to use? Then school staff, which was very key. The previous speaker, which I'm still going to catch and latch on to later on, talked about how it was important for you to carry staff along. So we consider that. What will the staff need? Did they have the skills? Were they equipped for what it is where we wanted to go? Then, of course, the parents and the school community. And then we also looked at our policies, because if we want to change We want to integrate tech more. Some of the policies had to change. Some of the key things we looked at, how much of our money or budget was now going to go into technology. It had to be a conscious decision. Okay, how much are we now going to start spending tech-wise? We had to also change our communication policy because, okay, if it was okay to just walk in to discuss some things, now we want you to send us emails and all of that. So we really sat down and looked at these 4 key areas which we drafted in our plan. So let's look at our progression. Initially, when we started with our pupils, sorry, I can't see that. So with our pupils, what we did was initially, now we've identified all of the things that we needed. We decided we were going to have extra computing classes. So we started having extra computing classes for the pupils. Then we started with something called paperless weeks, and it was in a whole term will be entirely paperless. Afterwards, we went to 1 day in a whole week, and now practically we're at the point where every day this is how it goes. And we're now running very robustly our online platform. There's now coding and robotic classes. Children are now bringing in their devices. Again, when we talked about our policies, we were spending less than 2% of our budget on tech tools, tech resources, and now we decided, okay, we're going to have to ramp that up. Right now, we currently spend about 15 to 17% of our budget on tech tools because, of course, we had considered. Initially, we started out with external facilitators. Now we have full-time staff for our computing program and our robotic program. This we had to etch in our policy, so our computing teachers are always full-time staff. Then we increased our training allocation. So how much are we going to spend on training? This was also put in the policy, what kind of training they will require, what kind of training staff will require, and that was also put. Then our recruitments, so this is where we're going. We already had a plan. Of course, we had to recruit the kinds of teachers that we wanted that could deliver. So we started to change gradually our recruitment, looking, not only was experience, okay, some sort of experience with technology was important. In the early days, we started out with the staff, just training on the job. And the reason why I'm sharing this progression is just to show steps, gradual steps that we were making, gradual changes just in line with our plan. So the staff at first was training, we were all learning on the job. Now we have a robust onboarding program, about 12 weeks, not only technology, of course, but technology is crucial there. Then we adopted a tech integration framework, and we also encourage our teachers to get certifications. For the school community, our reports were handwritten, so we progressed to, we'll type them out and then the teacher will fill the score and all of that. But and now we have fully electronic reports. Then communication book was our mainstay of communication. Now is moved to wholly email, almost sort of like a 24-hour like communication channel. So electronic reports, electronic newsletters, virtual meetings. We're now able to organize virtual conferences. We actually were doing that before COVID hit. So I've said that it's small changes, just really, really small changes will make the big difference. And most times when I get the opportunity to share, a lot of school leaders are afraid because when they just think the big stuff. I mean, I just think take one small aspect and start changing it. Have a plan in place. So for us, we looked in teaching and learning. Our lesson planning again started, okay, we start writing, they were just typing. Now there's now hyperlinks, you're linking with all your resources where they are. And so if someone is reviewing the plan, the person is able to see all of your materials, what you're going to use and all of that. Also, the framework really helped us. So we have a framework we use at our school and teachers know and sort of like they know where they are and it also helps them when they're planning their lessons for where they are in terms of tech integration. Then the teaching resources. I mean, COVID taught us very great lessons, but pre-COVID, we had moved most of our teaching resources to the cloud. And so when it was time, all we had to do, like she said 48 hours, we took about a week because we had to train people, retrain rather. So the teaching resources are accessible anywhere, such that the teacher could be anywhere. If the teacher was stuck in London, for example, she will have access to her teaching resources and then she'll be able to deliver her lessons. Again, small steps, just real small steps, because it's important that I state here that this is about 8 years, so it's small steps that we are taking. Then, of course, we started out computer-based. And one of the reasons why we really thought about that, she highlighted the previous speaker in how much time, and I think the first speaker also said, how much time do I want to save the teachers? Marking all those scripts and all of that was one of the push for us to move towards. So such was quick. An exam was done before the children are literally settling back into their classes. It has been graded. You sort of know the questions that were the most trouble spots, where you need reinforcement, all of those things were quick, and the teacher can see how the students had performed. Actually, that was the question that was got wrong the most, all of those key important factors, and that pushed us into that computer-based assessment, saving teachers a lot of time to do relevant things. The earlier speaker said relevant things, focusing on the child that needs more attention. Then our online platform we used to support us. Initially, the online platform had the responsibility of just sort of like supporting us. I like when he mentioned watch, rewind, watch, rewind, watch, rewind. That was very important. I was very key to us. When the lesson was over, the child just walked away. That was the end. The lesson was over. So the online platform, what we did were, okay, so we had the opportunity to put on materials and videos that children can access on their own time and see it over and over again. So initially we were getting all other videos from several sources. Now we curate our own videos, put that up. So after major tests, for example, the working for the test, so we've had a mass test. What we've done is the teacher will do a quick video showing all of the working that she puts, and then the children can watch that over and over and over again till they're tired. Then we, in terms of the projects, so for projects, which we give the children, we subtly started to ensure that they were tech-based kind of projects. Children, okay, do this on PowerPoint versus coming to just write it. Can you do us like a small video? And then that moved more for student-created media. So like I mentioned earlier, students have been trained to create their own little videos as such. When the children are like in year 5, children can put together simple videos, or they can convert their PowerPoint to videos. So student-centered created media was key. Then virtual trips in our learning, we teach the children about various places. Now we use the virtual learning, virtual reality to also enhance the way that the learning is going. So I've talked to the children about Olumorok. I mean, I really want to take all the children to Olumorok, but think about the logistics of always doing that. So the virtual reality helped us. And then also augmented reality, which we use. Again, small steps, because when we're saying this, some people are like, you see why I don't like this tech conversation. This thing that she's saying is not for me, but it's small steps. And every time it was when we got to a point and there was a need, and then we found, okay, how is tech going to help us to fill these things? That's what we did. We then have STEM and tech weeks, tech challenges where the students have to participate. Also the teachers, it's important. In school administration, small steps were attendance, so it was easy. Oh, sorry. Okay, so data collection and analysis. Very important. I don't know how we could have done it any other way before tech. When parents come in, prospective parents, we capture their information digitally, and immediately it sends them like an email. So it's not someone sitting back now having to now type this email. It's already been factored in. So immediately they're working out, they're receiving the email from us, and it looks like, oh, they're magicians. No, it's all tech helping us to set all of that. And then we started to collect our data. We were able to tell who enrolled, how many people enrolled after walking in, what did we do, what did we miss? Of course, for existing parents, the data collection, we always use that. So we have a system where we can track the parents, how they attend school events, how many of them come to the open days, how many of them attend the parent education program. Sometimes even the newsletters, how many people open the newsletters that you send. So when we sit down, we say to ourselves that, look, this communication didn't really hit home because it was only 20% of people who opened the newsletters. Those are one of the ways. Then of course, our resource assets and allocation and management, we know where each resource is at a given time. The part that a lot of school leaders like is billing. Of course, is money. So we are able to know with our bills, is generated electronically, is sent to the parents, and we can tell the parents who have opened the email. So sometimes when a parent is saying, resend it, I didn't get it, we're able to tell, no, ma, you opened it on so and so day. So we are able to tell that. Then performance tracking. So performance tracking, we're able to track all our pupils' performance. And first, we started a really small steps, like I said. First of all, we collected the data for the children, how many people hit like our levels that we wanted them to hit. Now there is a very robust system where we can track what the child's score was like in maths from year 1 all the way to year 6. Is this child play to? What are we doing? Have we really impacted their performance? So we're able to get that information. Then attendance. The small step we made again for attendance, we made that also electronic. I'm speaking faster because I've stood at 30 minutes. So attendance, we're able to track the children's attendance, and all this is easy to do. Like when I arrive at work, I'm able to say who is absent. By 9 o'clock, I'll be able to tell who is absent. I don't need anyone coming to provide me that additional information. I can see how many times a child missed school. I don't wait till the end of the week or the end of the term somewhat to know that a child has missed school more than the normal time that the child should be in school. Then scheduling and calendars. We also schedule all of those electronic. So our schedules, you know how it is when some people are told that they have a meeting and they say they missed it. Well, we use Google Calendar for that. It's able to notify you and notify you and notify you to the point where you can't say that you missed those meetings. Then for parent communication, gradually we went from the communication books, saying to the parents, okay, now we want you to get the information anytime. We want you to be able to respond anytime. So parents are able to send us they're able to receive emails and send emails back almost instantaneously. Sometimes in their emails, they have links where they can schedule meetings with their children's teachers if need be. Assessment. So like I mentioned, we went on to do the CBT, computer-based testing assessment, which we started in 2014. It's helped us to really stay on track. And I also want to mention, because cost is at the back of a lot of school leaders' minds, and I'm happy that the previous speaker talked about cost. I must mention that we are a growing school. We don't really have deep pockets. So most of our resources are really low-cost resources that we have just put together because we understand that this is what we have to do, and this helps us tremendously. So the CBT assessments I can track. We don't wait till the end of the exams before teachers start scoring. Then we're able to generate academic and non-academic report. The first speaker talked about how I don't have to wait till the end of the term to be receiving a report about how my child has performed. So the technology in that way, the system we have has helped us to be able to track those things as much as we can. We even track how many times the child went to the library. if the child submitted all their homework. So parents are intrigued when they receive this report from us. How do we? Well, it's so easy because we're just imputing a series of figures. So the parent sort of like knows and has an idea about their child's progress even before we get to the very end. Now, what has been the impact for us? So we've saved a lot of money, to be honest. We've saved a lot of money, saved money on paper, non-essential stuff. So there's some stuff that you don't really need anymore. Technology has helped us. I'm sure the school leaders will like to hear that. And also, we are able to do more with less resources because we're staying on track with our data gathering and our data analysis. We're able to stay on top of our SWOT. And so we're ensuring the resources are going to the right place. There's no reason deploying more resources into maths when the data is showing you that English is where children require a lot of work. So we want to spend more money on our tech tool, and that's helped us to get it right. We've also eliminated decision fatigue and decision lag, the time it will take to manually assess and collate all of that data before we then put it together. Now, technology in the classroom has been fantastic and amazing. It has improved tremendously the children's confidence, children's creativity, because it's driving more and more for more student-centered learning. So students are taking charge of their learning. You can see how confident they really are about it. Plus, we've had access to global knowledge. So we're able to have teachers from anywhere in the world be in our classroom. We've had collaborations with teachers in the US, collaborations with teachers from anywhere, industry experts. I remember when we had the author for How to Train Your Dragon, the children, they spoke about it for months. Also, when we hooked up to it was the International Space Station, the children did not stop talking about that. So, and this was the access that technology has given us to collaborations. And of course, there are tons and tons of resources. The previous speaker talked about all of the resources, really cheap resources, some free, but I like that she mentioned that if you want to go a certain level, then you need to be ready to pay for some of the access. And of course, we were ready for the lockdown. So immediately the lockdown happened, all we just said to the team is, okay, let's just take a few minutes, a few weeks, or few days rather, curate your resources and let's be ready. So in about a week, we were back up delivering our lessons like we never left. Okay, so it's time to row the boat. I just put this, I'm a school director, so I had to use something from school. Get off now and get into the boat and row the boat. So she said it at first, and I'm going to reiterate again. Start from wherever you are. We've grown from one computer to about 50 that we have now, but everything started out with just one computer and no printer. So I remember when we were sharing this initially with some of the parents, they're like, are you serious? You don't even have a printer, you know, but start from where you are. If you start thinking so much about costs, then you're never going to want to start. So with what you have, and I believe firmly in, and I've spoken about that several times, with one computer, you can really make a difference. Then have a plan. So many times, a lot of leaders just hear, oh, well, this school is doing that, that school is doing that. Let's just all jump on it. He said this, he talked about this. Have a plan. What's the plan that you have for your school? And in that plan, how long do you want to take to get there? So is it 5 years, 10 years? These things are going to take some time, especially if you don't have really deep pockets. So it's going to take some time. We've gotten to the point where we have interactive whiteboards in all of our classes, but our plan at the time when we started, we had none. And so have that plan. Be consistent with the plan. It's very easy to want to give up, especially tech has glitches. Sometimes you're trying to do something, you're trying to connect virtually, nothing is working. but just be consistent, stay on it, and then skill up. Whatever skill that you need or that is needed, you have to make sure you go out and get the skill that is required. Have a tech champion. She said that for us, we have several tech champions, and a tech champion is someone, it just comes easy to the person. So the person just likes it, loves it. I'm sure that it's not everybody on your school team that it comes easy to, but the tech champion, and then they know that they can go and ask this person, and this person is always available to answer questions and put them through. So it's important. If you don't have one in the start, you need to get someone who is going to act like that, somebody that is ready to listen and is ready to help. Also, engage all the stakeholders, engage the parents. Parents really key because you require their support quite a lot. Even the pupils, they should be engaged. What do you think? What do you think about this? What do you think? So sometimes they give you great insight. So engage all the stakeholders. I'm aware that there's going to be a panel afterwards to talk about some of these key things. So it's important that also as the leader, when we say skill up, the leader also has to be ready to skill up. It's not enough to just say, okay, that's the plan. Everybody, we need to do this. As the leader, you have to do that. Thank you once again, Coca-Cola Foundation, Bumi Adedayo Foundation, for doing this. This is very dear to my heart, technology in education, and I'm very, very grateful to have this opportunity to have presented about our school and what we do. Okay.
Okay, Doctor, thank you very much. We have a question from the one of the platforms. It says, teachers do their best. How do we make parents get involved in the technological change, as most parents within a domain are not exposed technologically and not willing to flow?
Okay, so I'm just going to be speaking from our own experience, because that's just the we did. Now, what we did was, like I mentioned, we focused on the children first, and we got the children buzzing, and the parents could see what could be done. So we also had the parents education program. So for a while, our parents education program was, this is the skill, this is the vital skill for the 21st century. Your child must get on with this skill. I understand that we're all in different demographics. Some of us may find it a little bit easier than others, but I remember a few parents will say, well, this is all DESGI, what's all this? I mean, way back, well, this DESGI, we're not interested. I don't know what that is in English, but I remember a parent saying that to me several times. So what we did was the children, they could see what their children could do. We had several showcases. I mean, that's one of the ways we had them buying. They were the last people we just jumped on, and you just need to get on with it. That's not what we did. So we used the students, we skilled them up. They had those extra classes, we had little things. Then at every parent education program, we kept on saying that. So every time they came, we showed them the things that the children had done. Oh, you mean, I mean, no parent wanted their child to now be left behind. So that's how you will still get that complaint. I think parents will always give that complaint of there was no data, or there was no this, I couldn't get this. But if you have that large majority and start with the students, I mean, you can't come to me to sell to me what I can't really see. I can't envision. So that was how we went about marketing, to the point where we don't still have 100%, but I mean, we have very good numbers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
In demonstration along with teaching aids.
felt so sad. I miss the teachers in school.
I was a little bit happy but sad. I was sad because I would not see my teachers and friends anymore. But I was happy because I could always be seeing my family members.
I will feel sad sometimes.
I felt sad.
How I felt was, I felt sad.
I was happy and I was not happy.
I feel so much sad.
No, I wasn't happy. I did not feel good like that.
When I heard about the lockdown, I was very sad that I won't be able to go to school.
I missed the teaching of the teachers in the school.
I can't really communicate with my teachers, my friends, and I'll be a little bit distracted at home.
I miss my teachers and I miss playing with my friends at school.
I miss my teachers, my friends, and I also miss the school because I used to see them every day, and when the lockdown happened, I won't be able to see them.
I miss my teachers, my friends, the activities that we do like coding class, swimming, young engineers, and so on.
I missed my school, my teachers, my classmates, and my schoolmates. I miss them all.
The online lessons, the short videos. I learned a little bit.
I learned with my mom's phone online, using her data, but it was not easy. Buying data every morning, wasting the data for a very short video.
The videos, sometimes you cannot get it. It's better when your teachers are teaching in the class.
I usually use my daddy's phone. And before I use it, I will have told them that, Daddy, please, don't use your data finish.
Actually, the problems I had was that sometimes my mom would go to work and then give me a phone. When she come back like 9 or 10, that's when I actually do the online teaching, the same in the morning or in the afternoon.
I really don't support it. Kind of affects the kids. And again, data. Some parents might not be able to afford the data. And again, kids would also like to ask some few questions, probably when the teacher is teaching.
I do, because it will shield our children from the COVID-19 virus or pandemic that is everywhere.
My proprietors here will know that I'm in full support of online learning. And the reason why is that because I know that this has become a virtual age right now. Even before COVID set in, we all knew that this is jet age and everybody should be virtually compliant.
I am for it for some reasons. Number one, it's the only thing that is constant is change. Whether COVID or not, it was supposed to be something that will eventually happen.
Okay.
But the season just shortened the manifestation of that time, you know, and because of the e-learning now, knowledge is now more available.
A lot of things to be put in place for the kids based on the technology aspect, as the school owner just said.
If government are asking us to go online, that the children should be learning online, then they should, before they give the instructions, they would have made provision.
What the government can do is to work on ensuring that data is not accessible. Maybe they can have like a package for school owners or school users or students. I don't know, something that will just make data more accessible.
They do all to catch up, invest in the equipment for it, because I know here they have interactive board, which makes learning fun.
I still support online lesson because we are no longer in an age where you have to be depending on teachers teaching you. Everybody is going computerized. They say it's the computer age.
Virtual learning has come to stay. We just need to up our game. We just need to get better at, getting accessible data, getting devices that work and easy.
Obviously, there are opportunities and threats to the use of technology in teaching and learning. Different views have been expressed by parents, teachers, school heads, and pupils. What do the experts have to say about this?
Thank you very much, Dr. Adeosun, for that insightful session. And many thanks to you, there, attendees, for your patience, your comments. Unfortunately, time won't allow us to take all that we have here. But yes, we do acknowledge the fact that you've been enlightened, you've been shown the how. Some of you already have the burden on your hearts lifted. You've been shown how to start small. And for this, we are grateful to our dear speakers. Now we move on quickly to the last segment of today's event, which is the panel session. For me, I'm always excited when it comes to panel sessions because it allows various perspectives to issues. It's conversational. You can take your questions. In fact, we've taken down some of your questions. And to do justice to this is Mrs. Ayokweju Unjideaka. She's the CEO of Nurture House. You'll hear her profile very soon. And then she'll come up and introduce the other panelists to us this afternoon. So please sit in there and pay rapt attention as this is the climax of today's event. Thank you.
Mrs. Ayokweju Unjideaka is the Chief Executive Officer of Nurture House Consulting, an educational consultancy company committed to serving the Nigerian child by improving school leadership and quality of education in both private and public school. She has experience in educational leadership with an emphasis in instructional leadership, capacity building, development, and delivery. Ayo holds a master's degree in educational psychology from the University of Lagos. She also holds a postgraduate diploma in education from the same university, in addition to a diploma in Montessori education from the College of Modern Montessori, South Africa. She has a BSc in Management and Accounting and is a chartered accountant. She is the founder of Maths Room, an initiative that trains maths teachers. She is also a faculty member of the School Leadership Program run by EDC and facilitates training sessions for volunteer teachers in NGOs such as United for Education, Teach for Nigeria, and Bumi Adedayo Foundation, and many schools.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm really excited to be here. It's been a great learning journey for me, and I'm sure it's the same for you. Thanks to Bumi Adedayo Foundation, and of course, thanks to those who are powering this, particularly our major sponsors, the Coca-Cola Company and the Coca-Cola Foundation. If you hadn't put your money where your mouth is, we won't be having all this. So thank you so much for it. I'm excited because I'm going to be speaking with three grounded people, three very experienced people, and we will continue this learning journey. So I'm going to bring up Mr. Lukman Molumo. Mr. Molumo is the founder of Heritage Global Academy, formerly known as Heritage Homeschool. But they are now a global academy, Heritage Global Academy. Please welcome Mr. Molumo as he joins me.
Thank you. Adeoye Molumo is the founder of Heritage Global Academy, After his first degree in natural science, land surveying, he developed keen interest in IT and telecommunication. He went to take advanced courses in information technology, Oracle database administration, a move that kickstarted his career in IT. Over the years, he has worked with many organizations, among which are NIIT, Alcatel Nigeria Limited, and Visaphone Communications Limited, among other playing key roles. He went on to found Ideal Global Investment Resources Limited, Heritage Global Academy, former Heritage Home School, Blue Water Marine Transport Limited, Cetis Mira Limited, IDES Nigeria, and several others. Today, his focus and energy are deployed towards building a school of the future. Through his school, he creates a disruptive learning environment where kids are rigorously trained and educated. Kids in that environment had to learn a lot outside of the classrooms. The learning system fuses experiential learning activities with world-class teaching models. Mr. Molumo deploys his other talents that all those work environments could possibly not utilize to mentoring and coaching youths.
Also joining me is Mrs. Abimbola Osagi, the founder of Joyland School.
Mr. Lukman Adeoye Molumo is the founder of Heritage Global Academy. After his first degree in natural science.
So thank you very much for joining us. You're welcome.
Mrs. Abiola Osagi is an educationist, a life coach, and a firm believer in the Nigerian dream. She holds an NCE in business education in education management from University of Ilorin, where she graduated as the best graduating student of her department. Driven by her innate passion for education and her fear for what might become of a nation with its teeming youth population if they are not educated, she founded the Joyland Schools in 2010. She is a renowned White Blue Sky facilitator, currently training 13 schools in 21st century teaching methods. She is also an advocate of optimum adoption of technology in education. Presently, she offers scholarships to the less privileged children and does yearly charitable donations to schools in her community, especially Makoko schools.
So we have with us representation from secondary school sector, also from the primary school sector. So to balance this panel, I'm going to invite Mr. Boye Oshinaga, who is an EdTech expert. Boye is the founder of Greatly, co-founder Greatly. And before Boye started in Greatly, he's been in tech for a while. He was in fintech before we abducted him into education. So now he's fully with us. And so
He's a second-time founder who previously co-founded Ribe Finance, one of Nigeria's topmost fintech companies, and helped grow the company to more than $1 million in revenues in 4 years. Boye is passionate about education and has worked in EdTech for about a decade, gaining domain expertise across instructional design, content development, education software, education sales and learning communities. While working as VP in the education division of a technology group, he helped launch the first local online MBA program in the country with nearly 1,000 students in its inaugural class. He's also an investor and director in School Compass, which he helped grow to be the largest platform for schools in the country with 4,000 schools. Boye founded Greatly.ng, Africa's first truly personalized learning platform, and the thesis that the African market was now ready for technology to augment the teaching. Okay. teacher in delivering personalized learning. It drives product vision and go-to-market strategy, as well as leads a team of 12.
Okay, thank you so much for all the introduction. So I'm just going to lay a bit of background based on what our keynote speaker said and what the other two speakers too spoke about. The very first eye-opener from our keynote speaker was the education sector is responsible for creating possibilities for the future. Unfortunately, that sector is so conservative that it doesn't like change. So that's the reality. A sector that should actually be responsible for creating possibilities is now one that doesn't like change itself. Mr. Chinaya also mentioned the fact that the beneficiaries of the education sector have now been turned into victims of our system. That's why it's unfortunate that some of our students pass through and then they're not able to do much. They're not able to thrive when they come out into the society. He also mentioned the fact that the way forward is for us to embrace our fears. Then he summarized it nicely when he said, we need to find courage to explore the magic of learning, the magic of transformation, the magic of creation, the magic of innovation, and the magic of creating a future that will help these learners thrive. So, and those are the sort of things we're going to be focusing on today. And I'm so glad we have Boye with us because he's going to throw in a different perspective. Remember that conversations always revolve around perspective. And the first thing I would like each person to do, give an opening line. And what I'd like you to focus on when you're giving your opening line is, from your leadership perspective, without technology, where would we be? It's nice to always remind us. I mean, pre-COVID, what was it like? And where are you now? So an opening line from each person, please. I'll start with Mr. Molumo.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Sayopedio, and my thankfulness goes to Bumi Adedayo Foundation once again for inviting me. Yeah, going straight to the question that is directed, I would say that asking me without technology, what would life have been around me? I would say you are probably returning me back to the village where I come from. So, and you know what the setup is in the village. Everything is rustic, everything is local, everything is primitive. So all the same, that is where we came from. But we thank God that technology came and we're able to make a change by adapting or by immersing ourselves into it. And life has not been the same again since the adoption or introduction of technology into our life. Whatever that we do today, we know that technology has been a major driver, and it has assisted us a lot in boosting our productivity, in boosting the outcome, the performance level. It also increases the bottom line at the end of the day if you are to be core businessmen. So for us, technology has been the game changer totally, and we couldn't have imagined the life any longer without it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Osage is from a primary school, and is not any of the, the high-end school. It's the functional, lovely school. So how has it been, your own perspective?
Okay. So for me, I'll say life without technology is a life of limitations. You know, there are a lot of limitations that we'll face if we don't make use of technology. For instance, I would want us to use the phone we use on a daily basis as an example. You can imagine if a day passes and without you making use of your phone, without you reaching out to anyone. It's like you are just locked up in your own world. So life without technology is a life of limitation, and technology has come to improve our day-to-day life. It has come to make visible and very notable impact on our work as educators. So I want to strongly believe that technology is a norm. It has come to stay, and we all need to embrace it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Osage. So Mr. Molumo says it's like going back to the pre-civilization days. We're not going back. I mean, the change is real. And Mrs. Osage has added the fact that without technology, will be limited. So technology has come to free us, has come to move us into a great expanse of opportunities. Well, in your own case, what I'd like you to focus on, yes, it's still about what it was before and what it is now. What were you doing with schools before COVID, and what are you doing now?
Yes, thank you very much. So what I would say is that what we've seen before and after the COVID is that schools were cautious, a lot more cautious about incorporating technology. And they're basically the ostrich that hides its head in the sand. And so they wanted to make sure it didn't happen if they could get by without it. But I think what happened with COVID and the pandemic and the lockdowns and the results of that is that you now see schools being forced. It's like somebody who is very shy about public speaking being forced to speak to everyone. So that push, that force, then created an opportunity for change. And so we are seeing that, you know, in situations then when I would pitch that we can use learning content that are digital for schools, and they would say, how would that happen? Because we don't have bicycles, or we don't have this or that. Limitations would spring up. You know, we have started hearing less excuses for adopting technology and making change in things like quality, access, and efficiency of running schools.
Excellent. Change in 3 key areas: quality, access, and efficiency. Fantastic, fantastic. So I'm going to move on quickly to a question that seems to have been asked from different perspectives. One is on finances. And the question here is, how can it be affordable? For the founders, school founders we have here, I'm going to tweak that question and ask you how you have made it affordable to parents in your school. What exactly have you done? And I think I should start with Mrs. Osage this time.
Okay. For us as a school, it just starts from the vision. And that for us is very, very key. As a school, our vision is to raise global citizens. And that is where the drive came. And you cannot raise children that are not prepared for the future of work and the future of the world that they will live in. So you can't separate technology from you raising children that are well prepared for the future. And because of that, we looked inward and saw the need to infuse and to start the use of tech in what we do. Though we started very little, we did not have so much resources. There was a time we did not have a single gadget, no laptop, no tab, nothing. And but the vision was there that we were working towards it. And at a point we had our laptops, and we now went further to acquiring tablets for children. We had issues with parents understanding and adapting to the change that we brought. They were like, they can't afford it and all of that. So what we did was we got 5 tablets at a time. And out of the 5, 2 got broken. But we never gave up, and we went further to acquiring more. Today we have about 40 tabs aside the laptops that we also have. And when the parents start seeing the impact that tech is making on their children, they started coming and get, okay, how much is it? They started coming gradually. Today we have quite a good number of our children with their own personal tab aside of what the school wants.
Thank you. So you started with nothing, and that's exactly what the Mrs. Adeosun said. Start from wherever you are. That was the first thing. Then the school on its own started something small. The parents saw and bought into it. But all this was driven by your vision.
Exactly.
Excellent. Mr. Molumo, in your own case, how did it go? How did you get parents to be able to afford it?
Okay, thank you. The major decision took place in 2013 when we said to the parents, we want to metamorphose into a tech-based learning. And interestingly enough, we were lucky and fortunate to get the parents buy-in immediately. And the following term, almost 100% of the students had to resume school with their personal laptop. Then we took a lot of major incentives towards it. We said to parents, perchance, we may not need them to invest in textbooks again. Rather, convert the money you want to use in buying textbooks to buying laptop for your child, because we can infuse every learning material that they will require. We can put them into the laptop and they can digitally read them and co like that. So we were lucky, like I said, that all the parents understood and everybody cooperated, and almost like 100% of the students resumed the following term in 2013 with their personal laptop. And since then, it had been the major requirement that a student must have if you are to attend our school.
Awesome. So it was all about buying. You presented what you were trying to achieve to parents, they bought it, and you were able to. Boye, in your own case, you work across different schools. How have you been able to support those schools to make it affordable to parents?
So first of all, companies like ours, edtech companies, have to think a lot about pricing, because we find that there are well-to-do schools, but majority of schools are not well-to-do. So two things we adopted is, one, the idea of differential pricing. So you have a pricing plan for schools that are just, use this tier of services or products, and then you are more well-to-do and you get your parents to pay for more, like pay for content, for example, in addition to the technology and tools, then you have a different pricing plan. So just that sense that you can choose one and you don't have to bear everything else. One of the things we talk about. And secondly, because we're a venture-backed company, our mentality is that if we don't reach a critical mass, we would not exist, actually. We will not be able to survive as a company. And so we staked our future on the fact that our product is adopted by a good, large market share of the school for it to then survive and be sustained. And thirdly is we priced for per student, which helps for sustainability as well. So as schools grow, we're not burdening them with imaginary costs that are not tied to the core cost, which is the cost of each student in their school. So if they grow with them. So we basically come to them at their level. Some schools have had some pushback and say, oh, just give us a flat price, but it doesn't help either the tech company or the school to price like that. But in the end, the asset is in the sense, the student and their parents who are paying for them. So these are the strategies.
Okay, I want us to spread this debate into areas in which schools can collaborate to bring down costs. Remember, I mentioned this to Mr. Molumo before we started, and I said, is it possible for schools to come together and bring down costs? And the reason this is important to us is education is a space where we're still encouraging schools to open up to each other. We're encouraging encouraging schools not to compete, but rather collaborate. Have one focus, and that's the interest of the child. Mr. Molumo, your experience, what areas can schools collaborate on so that they can bring down the cost and make tech more accessible to learners?
There's no gainsaying the fact that technology is cheap. It's a lot of money. There's no doubt about that. It costs money. So technology to be deployed into the education sector is not all about laptop alone. There are quite a number more. You heard the earlier speakers mentioning that they had to go into robotics, and for them to go into robotics, robotic kits are not cheap. They are very costly, very expensive. So some schools are even going far beyond that now. In our school, we just acquired some 3D printers. We're acquiring VR gadgets, virtual reality and augmented reality equipment and co like that. There are a lot of money for all of those things. But one of the things that I know is that even when a school is able to acquire all of those equipment, it is not all of the minutes, all of the hours, and all of the days that the school requires them. So the idea of actually collaborating with schools within the same geographical zone can actually work. If a school that is not able to acquire all of those kind of equipment and you are partnering with them, and there are specific days of the week and time that they can either bring their children such to your laboratory or the practical fields, and they can make use of such equipment. There are also, for me, I am not also interested in charging for such kind of collaboration activity, because there are other areas of strength that the other school may also be having that we may also benefit. So it's something like trade by barter sort of that I will have advocated for. But just to sum it up is to saying that we just need to come together. I mean, it's just practically impossible for all schools to be able to acquire all of the gadgets. It gets to a stage that even majority of the gadgets that you may have invested heavily on are just lying there fallow in your laboratories or in your classes, and you are not using them, whereas you could have, some of them don't even, I mean, the ruggedness in them doesn't make them to spoil easily. I give you an example of one of the things that we did some time ago. We were able to acquire some of this chess equipment, the garden type, the very big ones. And they are outside in the school because we teach chess as a subject in the school. And it is not all of the moments that the kids will require it. I know how much it costs. Even when we brought them at the airport in Nigeria, the customs seized it that no, we can't bring this into the country, and they want to charge heavily for it and the like. So what eventually we had to do was to have some schools around. If your kids are also interested, you can always bring them in this number of days, let them come around. We have a coach who is putting the students through. So they can also, if there is anything in form of compensation that you may want to do, maybe directly to the coach, but not necessarily to the school, that, okay, maybe you can just say for that manner that the coach is using, and they're able to use that. We have also done the same thing with our robotic laboratory, So, I mean, with one or two schools around us, and I know there are quite a number of other ones. I will say this on the final note on that. In 2013, 2014, when we established the computer laboratory, we were able to put desktops there, so almost about 20 there. But down the line, because we have been able to achieve 100% personal laptops for all of the students in the school, it therefore means that our desktops are redundant. They are no longer useful, and we don't need the computer lab again. So for us, we have to phase out the computer lab, because computer lab has become personalized with each of the students and staff of the school. And all of the desktop that we had to start donating some of them, even including the furniture that were in such laboratory. We donated it to some other, low-grade schools around and the like. So
it starts from the heart. That heart of giving, the heart of anything for another child. Excellent. So if I hear you well, Mr. Molumo, what you are saying is schools must start to share resources. The same way we have Uber. I mean, we don't know who owns which car, but we all share somehow. We share the same thing. In your own case, Mrs. Osage, what would you say about that? How can schools come together to bring down the cost of technology and even other aspects of education?
Okay, this is a very key and very important question for me. And I would like to talk about where you ended your talk. There is a thing of the heart. It all starts from the heart and it all starts from the mind. And I would like to quickly say this before I go forward is about the issue of mindsets. I was so glad to hear what Mr. Molmo said about schools around his area collaborating. You know, here in Nigeria, it's very difficult to see schools really come together to do as in meaningful collaboration because the issue of competition is there. The issue of, oh, will they not take over my children? Maybe it's just gimmicks, trying to get over our school and all of that. So I believe a lot of school leaders are hearing me, and I would like to encourage every one of us to have a change of mind and really see collaboration as the way forward for us to move our schools forward. I've done a lot of collaborations with senior colleagues that have really moved what we are doing forward. And at the same time, we've also collaborated with other schools that are lower than ours, and we've done some donations to them, like some materials that we see that we no longer use. Like we've not started in the aspect of technology, donating tech gadgets and all that, but in the aspect of furnitures, like when we had to change our school furnitures to what we have presently, what we did was the old ones, we called some schools around our area that we knew they really needed it. And then they came, we gave it out, and also even gave some cash alongside with those furniture. And that really made them happy. So collaboration is the way forward.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Osage. So aspiration and inspiration. You look for schools that you are aspiring to be like, partner with them, and then you look for other schools to inspire. And I hope that school leaders are really listening to this. It's all about give and take, and we all must do that. But I'd like to go back to Mr. Molumo and ask a question. I remember when I got into education, coming from a background where we were all used to sharing experience as an accountant. You have a problem, you call the accountant in the next company, you rub minds more. When I got into education, the school I was working in, there were 3 schools on that street. And innocently, I went to knock on the door of the first school, and practically the door was shut in my face. And later they warned me that they don't do it like that in this industry. Don't open up. But Mr. Molumo, you were not afraid. You actually called in, schools in. What was going on in your mind? How come you were not afraid of either losing children or losing staff?
One of the very first things that I naturally believe is that visions are different. What we individually pursue are different. I really don't see any other school, not even in the whole country, pursuing the same agenda as mine. So we are not in any way competing at any time. I know one of the things that perhaps you must also have been aware of is that I allow school proprietresses to come into my school and even stay days, to understudy the school without charging you anything. And I will also accommodate you and even feed you for the period. And you don't need to give me a dime. And within the period, I will allow you to also, don't do picture alone, do motion images, so video. So because for me, what you see today may not be there next month. So the more you are able to take this away, the more it forces me to go back into my research room and I cudgel my brain. What next do we need to do to excite anybody? So for me, I really don't see competition from time until today. And also, before I actually went into education in full gear, You know, one of the personal social responsibility that I've always been doing during my annual leave is to go to some schools and deliver training on tech to their teachers and co. It was a tough call, but I never get perturbed by any school that says no and co like that. I move on to the next one, and probably when they get news about, oh, this is what happened in our school, they probably wanted to invite you back. So my take is to say that we are not in any way computing. That is number one. Number two is that I don't also have the capacity to be able to absorb all of the students that are coming to my school. So if I don't have the capacity, where will every other one that is coming, where will they go to? So definitely I need schools that are also running similar programs, similar agendas, similar curriculum that could be a spillover. You know, that, okay, if this place is filled up, this is also another very fantastic school around, you can recommend and co like that. And on the final note is always to say that the world is a very wider space for every one of us to really operate without one actually struggling on the shoulder of the other one. So there's no competition, but there must be collaboration. And it's also important that I bring to notice, I said earlier on, it appeared as if, oh, we are the only one that is giving out. No, I've also been receiving. I know that one of the schools that I was donating some furniture to and co, the principal of that school had on a number of occasions come to my school to train my teachers for free as well. So that's also a form of collaboration and giving back that, okay, we have gotten from these people, we also must think of what we give back and co. So because the collaboration we are talking of should not be limited to just equipment and hardware alone, even human resources. So we also can collaborate on that basis. I could have an expertise that is difficult to get, you know, around in certain field, in certain subject area, and I'm not going to engage him 8 hours, 9 hours of the day. So the remaining hours that is doing his own flex time, is doing research, could probably be, you know, giving out 1 hour, 2 hours out of that to another school around without necessarily, you know, affecting our own fortune.
Thank you. The amazing thing for me is every school claims they want to raise children who will thrive in future. However, the main skills that those children need to be able to thrive, schools in a number of cases do not demonstrate. For instance, collaboration, creativity, innovation. How many schools will sit down and think like this? Not many. And so if you are trying to raise children who will collaborate and you are not demonstrating collaboration to them, how are we going to be able to raise such children? Which takes me to the issue of the vision. A vision for schools is always beyond academic. And we're talking about technology. We all believe very much there are certain values, there are certain things that you can only transfer in person. How has technology supported the actualization of your goal beyond the academics? I'll start with Mrs. Osagi.
Wow.
Sorry, particularly during lockdown. How did you make sure that you taught beyond math and English?
Okay. So what we did for us as a school was we were planning to go virtual before lockdown. Fortunately for us, very fortunately for us. So when lockdown was declared, it was something, it became it was easier to just launch what we were planning already. So tech was something very, very useful for us during lockdown. We were able to reach our children. What we did was our teachers started creating their own content. So they created their own content, and we used several platforms during lockdown. We used Google Classroom, we used Zoom, we used the WhatsApp platform to reach out to our children. We actually did online exam even during lockdown. Our children never missed out in any of those terms. We did our third-term exam online. We were even able to invigilate. What we did was, because we were looking at the credibility of the online exam, if we just pass the questions to them. We don't know how they're doing it in their homes. Maybe they are getting support from parents or siblings or what have you. So what we did, we decided to, for the exam to be credible, we decided to invigilate them. So we did it in batches. So we were planning to use Zoom, but at the end we concluded on using WhatsApp video call for the invigilation. So we'll call them, we'll see them live. So when we are sure we've seen them and they are prepared and ready, before we now send the exam questions via Google Form to them via Google Classroom. And they were able to write the exam. And to my amazement, they did excellently well.
So you continue to drive values such as integrity.
Yes.
With your children.
Exactly.
Mr. Moluma, I know you are very high on global collaboration. You are very high on children being able to articulate themselves, being aware of what's going on. How were you able to achieve that during the lockdown?
Yeah, thank you. Much earlier than the lockdown, we have always been online, doing a lot of activities, learning, not necessarily about the core academics, not necessarily about physics, chemistry, biology, and co. There are quite a number of other areas, especially when it comes to soft skills, as well as techie-based knowledge that the students need to have, which we don't have in-house capacity for. And we decide to collaborate with either individuals or institutions within or outside the country. So one of those key areas that we're able to achieve during the lockdown, as a matter of fact, when the lockdown was over and the schools were to be opening their gates again, majority of our parents and our students were clamoring for us to continue, the remote learning, because to be honest, we achieved some things that ordinarily we may not have achieved, when the school is fully opened and cool. And that was a period that we were able to drive home quite a number of those techie courses that we had wanted our students to, participate in, even at a very global level. We are talking about coding, we are talking about robotics, we are talking about artificial intelligence, robotics, and quite a number of those techie courses. So it was an opportunity for us to go into it in full gear during the lockdown. And I think I've said it in one of the fora before, that the height of achieving in that respect was getting some of our students, even writing certification exams in some of those techie-based, and we had a student who was able to complete close to about 80 courses, online. So, and got certificated in all of them, and quite a number of other ones and the like. So even within the lockdown, there were quite a number of awards and rewards coming from different parts of the world in my students participating in this coding project or this software, competition, or even the use of drone technology and co like that. One of my students participated in the mapping of Makoko in Lagos using drone technology on the basis of what we have been able to do. So for us, the online classes was not just limited to the regular academics. So we're able to do, bring on board extensive and deeper hands on most of those soft skills and techie-based skills that they need to have.
Wow. This is so exciting. So school leaders, you can see now from experience that has been shared that we can continue to drive the learning of values or development of values. We can also continue to drive all the other aspects of education. Boye, to you, I'd like you to share with us, are there ways that your tool can assess this non-academic side? Have you done anything in that space? For instance, when Dr. Adeosun was sharing, she talked a lot about data, the kind of data they capture, and how they use the data for decision-making purposes. So not academic progress. Is that something that your tool can capture?
Yeah, thank you very much. I actually want to say a little bit about school collaboration, so I didn't have a say in there. And I think I've seen and I've heard schools come to us and say that they want to extend their school to more people that may not be able to afford to come to their school using online learning environments, right, that we provide. I think that it's important for a school that, says it's a successful school to build the ecosystem in its own image. It's similar to like America being the world power and westernizing all of us, so we eat hamburgers and we understand how to collaborate with America. So if you are the foremost school, it's important that you set the pace, you create a gold standard, and that you make people kind of match up to it to an extent. Because when you have those children go out to become adults in the outside world, they will deal with the children of the other schools that were not like you. And so if one person is bad or poor or getting bad results, it drags everybody else with it. So therefore, it's something that's why Harvard, for example, or some of the top universities in the United States extend themselves with edX program and some other programs like that. It's because they want to make sure that there's one, standardization. And also it does something, there's an incentive to do that as well, because from a revenue perspective, not only does Nigeria have to diversify, schools have to diversify income. And one of the best ways to do that is through the theory of long tail. You can make money from anybody, anywhere in Nigeria or anywhere in the world by supporting them, helping them to learn, and there'll be some revenue at some point in that process. And so you can do your research and development through that, standardizing your own learning from what you are learning outside of your school. So I think that that's a very, very important point. And we think more schools need to be incentivized to do better about extending themselves. So that's one point. Those capabilities, right? So yeah, that's how we're looking at soft skills and other skills.
So there are exciting opportunities, really. And for schools who are concerned about their level of income, there are places you can expand into. May I ask the tech team, if you have one or two persons who would like to ask their questions live, you can bring them on short. Are they ready now? No. Okay, so we'll give you a few minutes to arrange that. So let's talk about bottom line. I mean, too many questions about bottom line here. Or before we go into bottom line, two questions have come in, and one says, how can we protect our pupils from being exposed to all sorts that pop up in the course of having learning online? A similar question says, as much as we desire to take teaching and learning process beyond the confines of the classrooms, how best can we guard against activities of cybercrime and hackers? So I'm going to throw this. Who would like to take this? I start with Mr. Molumo, then I come to.
Some of these issues relating to advertisements popping up, unsolicited advertisement, because Microsoft is not as free as you thought. So there are free versions, but there are limitations to it. So when you need to explore deep and wide, then you need to pay for the license. And with that comes with a lot of other opportunities for security, for protection, and all of those things that you can actually set in place for the children. Besides those ones, you also have some other applications that are very targeted and specific to security online, just to be able to protect and probably limit the amount of exposures that our children and our students will have to unsolicited materials or inappropriate applications and materials for them. So all of these ones will also cost money. That's why I said earlier on that technology is really costly. It's a very tough call for everybody, but the reality that has come upon us is just what we need to face. The courage to be able to proceed in that direction, knowing full well that this is the new direction for the world, and this is the direction for these children tomorrow. So it was our investment in all cases. So it is not something that people will easily see, that you are putting in millions there. And I pay for licenses here, I pay for licenses there. It's not something that somebody will come into the school and easily assess that. Where do you claim you are spending all of these millions? So if I pay, about 5 million naira, 3 million naira to Boye here now, for his application, not many people will see where is the investment of 3 million. So that's what people will say. So it's almost like it's something hidden, but the impact of it is what will tell people that you are actually doing something. So I just will advise that, like I said, it's a tough call, but we just have to find a way around it. We need to acquire licenses to avoid some of these, unsolicited materials and advertisement that could actually endanger, our children's, access to the internet. Thank you.
You want to say something? Yes. Whilst we're passing the mic to Boye, what just occurred to me as Mr. Moluma was talking was, no matter how small a school is, you'll always find a security man, minimum of one, sometimes two. Most times it's actually two, so that when one goes somewhere. So if we can put in physical security men, then why would we think that having space, cloud space, whatever apps the children are working with, why do we think that we can just leave them to run wild? That oftentimes is something I can't wrap my head around, that there has to be something we must do. And the same way we pay these physical security men, there must be something we must be paying to keep those children safe there. Wait, please go on.
Yes, I just want to share some strategies that could help with this area of security. Schools need to think in terms of building a walled garden. So you have a place that they can play and do all these things. However, when they eat the head, somehow something pushes them back. And one of the ways to do that is, if you are fortunate enough to be able to deploy devices in your school, you can create walled gardens within your devices and allow certain apps to be downloaded or certain apps not be downloaded. So you can have that really built into the device from the OEM, right? So that's one thing you can do. Another thing that you can do is the partnerships can exist with internet service providers, ISPs, including the MTNs and the rest, that allows you to control where they can check and where they cannot check or see, right? So you need to think proactively as a school leader that how much conversation have I had in my ISP, or how much networking infrastructure within that infrastructure have I then said there are filters for this type of language. Some of the things that are obvious, more than that, there are more non-obvious things like bullying and, like you said, fraudulent things that are possible even with children that are very young. And I think there is not time for you to prevent them against such things, but it's actually as early as you can think about it. So that's another way. And then there are tools. And so just like Mr. Molumo has said, those tools money, but you can buy bulk subscription for every student in the school to allow you to install those tools on all the devices. So you need to be able to think about what tools have this kind of power, prevent some art, prevent some language to be used, even prevent what you see on Google. So if you search certain things, you would see only a certain kind of result when you have that filter. Google would not show you what you have filtered. And lastly, education is important. So you need to educate your parents, educate the students, educate the teacher, and make it look like not just look like, but actually make sure that you are security aware in your school. When that heightened awareness exists, you see that people then tend to behave in the way you expect them.
Thank you so much, Boye. I hope you noted the tips he shared, and I hope you noted what you can do, the fact that you need to establish what you want for those children. We have somebody who would like to ask a question. Adeyemo Phillips, are you ready for us?
I'm ready, ma'am. Good afternoon. I'm
Ready.
ready. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hello. Okay. In as much as, first of all, let me say thank you to all our speakers. You've spoken very well. My question is concerning collaboration. You know, there are some influencers that can thwart the objective of collaboration. What do I mean by that? For instance, we know the extent to which children can influence their parents. You move your student to another school to go use a resource, and after that the child gets home and tell the parents, I like that school, I don't want my school again. And the parent asks why, and the parent sees that maybe your school don't have those facilities. And it's important to the child. Looking at it, the parent could be influenced to change the school of that child, not knowing that you are collaborating with that school. You know, these two schools may not know what is going on, not until the child is moved from one school to the other. And at the end of the day, when you find out why the child leaves the school, and they said it's because of that resource that the child was able to use in the other school, it could cause problem between the two schools. The school that the child is taken away from would say they took away my child because of the resource I used there, and they may not want to go to that school again. And as a result of that single act, it could move other people moving away from that school too. Parents may not understand, the children may not understand. So how do we undo that, please?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. I'd like to take that.
Very interesting. But for me, I still don't exercise any fear. We've listened to Mr. Chineye, if I'm correct, earlier on. We just need to embrace our fears. Some of these things will always limit us. Even without collaboration, that doesn't stop those who will move from moving. So we should not allow that to limit us. We should look at the bigger picture of what we stand to gain as an institution, as a school, rather than fearing because one child, two children, 5, 10 will move. So the same, you cannot explain those who withdraw their own children from some other schools and bring them to you, to yours. So for me, I will advise, let's put the fears aside, embrace them as been advocated earlier on, have the courage to move on, just being very good, with very good intention in everything that you do. Nature has a way of also, compensating you for whatever goodness that comes from your heart and your action.
Thank you. And reality of it is, go and look at percentages. How many actually go for those reasons? So as Mr. Molumo said, embrace your fears. They will come up, but address them. Speak to your fears and tell your fears what exactly you want, and you see them come to pass. Yes.
So for me, I'm speaking in line with what Mr. Molumo just said, that we just need to face our fear and also look at the bigger picture of our goal. Let your goal be bigger than your fears. And when you allow your goal to be bigger than your fears, you will be able to embrace what is needed for you to move forward as a school. So I want to still encourage school leaders to still see collaboration as a very key thing for every school to move forward. Collaboration for me has been a very great deal, and it has been very helpful to what we do today. So I would like every school leader to look at it from that perspective, that collaboration will move you forward. If you want to, you are afraid of taking your children to look forward to another means of collaborating with that particular school.
it's if you are not comfortable with taking them there, look forward. You need to just brainstorm and look forward to what else can I do to achieve this goal. So do not allow any limitation to hinder you from achieving your goal. Thank you.
Okay. We'll take one more question and then we'll start to wrap this up. It's been a very long day. Esther Omowumi, can you unmute and ask your question?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, all. Just like one of the facilitators said in the course of the teaching, that technology is the small tool that is going to make the big difference. But in sincerity of heart, we talk about the parents and the pupils. But what about the teachers? We find out that a lot of teachers, just like the case study from the first facilitator that spoke with us about Cross River, using Cross River as a case study, said they have to teach the teachers. A lot of teachers, I find out that when the COVID-19 issue break out, I could not use some of these tools. But I was opportune to have fellow teachers in my compound that were making use of Zoom, Google Classroom, and I had to register for a lot of online courses for me to be able to meet up and to, reach out to my pupils in the class through some other platforms and some other means by which we used in the school. But what about the teachers? How do we help? Because apart from myself, you have other teachers that up till now cannot make use of some of these gadgets. How do we help other teachers to be on the same page with us? Because in less than a year now, everything will change from what it's even right now to a bigger thing. And I pray that God will help us so that a lot of us will not be left behind and will not lose our job. So how do we help the teachers?
From two perspectives. Yes, I know Mrs. Osage is going to share what she's done with her staff. Mr. Molimo will do the same. And I want Boy to talk about what they are doing regarding teacher development. No, please go ahead, Mrs. Osage.
Okay, so I would like to talk about talk on the question in two ways. That's on the part of the teacher and on the part of the school leader. The part of self-motivation, like she said, she saw the gap. She went all out.
School want to share online conference. School online conference, on that register. Only school online conference, on that register.
Very important.
That's 10.
You cannot override the place of interest, self-interest. When you see the need as a teacher, as an educator, you want to develop it. The place of continuous professional development, you cannot underestimate the importance of that for any educator to make progress. So on the part of the teachers, there is need for them to see the importance to go all out, to continuously develop. On the part of the school leaders, it is very key because you are going to meet a lot of obstacles, you are going to meet a lot of challenges along your way, but you must stay focused on the set goal and objective. Now, for us, when we all started, some of my teachers will tell me, I don't have personal laptop. I don't, even my Android is not very good enough for me to download all of these apps that we need to create content and all of that. So what I did was to continue to encourage them, to let them see the bigger picture of what we are trying to do. I let them know that for you to be relevant at this time, you must align yourself on this track. If not, you will fall out. So when they saw the importance, and I never gave up, I did not really make it to look like, as in enforce it, I was encouraging them, and before you know, everybody, aligned to the vision and to the goal, and we're able to achieve it.
Excellent, thank you. So teachers must take responsibility for their own development, and school leaders must continue to coach and to mentor, to inspire them. You can't say you want to go and inspire others outside when you have not dealt with your own house. So put your house in order by one, developing yourself as a school leader, developing and also supporting the development of your staff. Mr. Molumo.
Thank you. If I must say the truth and not do a talk show, it is, it's, I don't know how to put it because I'm actually on here, but that is the truth I'm just saying. Carrying the teachers along involves two things. Number one, motivation. Number two, for those who are not even being motivated, then you coerce, because the vision of the school must just go, irrespective of who you are. There are those who may want ordinarily not to want to move, and I cannot change the school's direction, the school's, just because of you. We will not move at your pace. You will move at the pace of the school. That is number one. Number two, for those who are ready to be encouraged, we do a lot of, that's on the part of the school leader. You've gotten to support them in actually exposing them to all of the relevant trainings that they require. And to make this work, we've gotten to tie some of these things to appraiser. We've gotten to tie some of these things to clearances, at the end of the month and co. This certification or this particular course, you must tender your proof of completing it before the end of the month. That does not happen, also the consequence that is awaiting. So that is what it means, because we know our environment and we must domesticate knowledge. One of the things that we are making mistake of is to saying that because they have said this in Harvard, because they have said it in London Business School, that it must work in Nigeria. They are two different people entirely, two different areas entirely. So even if I learn in Harvard, I will learn how to domesticate Harvard knowledge because I know the people that I'm dealing with. And a point in case here is in 2019 particularly, I'm sorry to take the time, in 2019, I was at the commencement of the session, I insisted that all teachers in the school must be Microsoft certified, the MIEE, that is just compulsory, everybody has to go ahead. And I announced alongside that the school will support you with internet all through, all the way. So even if you want to stay in the school till 10 p.m. in the night, just for you to be able to access internet, that will happen. If you want to use the power, there will be power in the school all through the night. And also too, if you want to come over the weekend, this is available for you to do and the like. And any other thing that may, in terms of resources that you may require to get that done, the school will provide. Then the rest is that you must self-drive to ensure that you do this. Because by next academic session, anyone that is not fully certified may not mean, the meaning of it for me is that you are not interested in continuing in this environment. And if you are not good in our environment, does not mean that you are not good for another environment. You've just gotten to move on, where we would also need to look for those who are ready to abide by our own. But something happened months after, and it was a very good turning point for some of them, because among them, when they now share stories, it was something moving and impactful for them rather than coming from the point of view of the school leader alone. About two of them traveled alongside with me to South Africa to attend the the Global Scholars Program in South Africa. And in one of the days, they were having seminar session with the educators, and they were talking about this certification that I asked them earlier to do. And the speaker was wondering whether there were schools in Nigeria that were already doing it and co. And the two educators that had traveled along stood up in the hall and said, yes, we are certified. And the man was looking at them that, from where are you? They said from Nigeria, from Lagos, and from the most unlikely corner of even Lagos, Ikorodu to say. That how did you get to know about this? How did you, how come, you're able to do this and all of those things? They were so fulfilled that day that, look at what we thought this man was, a very wicked person against us months ago. Now today will become a sinusoid of everybody's high here, not just only to Nigerian, educators, but to almost global educators in that community. And they feel so proud. So when they came back, they were able to share their story with their colleagues. And it was something that thereafter became a moving, message for every one of them. And since then, it has been ahead. There's never been any dull moment. Trainees, you would never get tired. Yeah, me. Because like it said earlier on, we need to be smarter than the kids themselves. We need to move ahead of them. If we cannot, do that, then we cannot train them because they're already smart and they're already, taking learning on their own. So for us to still be able to be relevant before them, then we must be taking steps ahead of them all the time. Knowledge, education, technology, everything, we must be taking steps ahead of them. Then we must continuously be learning. That is my own.
Awesome. Wait, you want to add something? Really, teachers remain the greatest assets of schools. And imagine what you do to that your assets. Even our cars we maintain, we service, we do all sorts. So you must maintain your teachers. If you cajole, it doesn't work, then what do? You slam. I mean, it's an organization, and as Mr. Molumo said, in fact, that's one thing I love. The vision is beyond anybody. But I must also say to school owners, if you're going to drive that kind of environment, you yourself must be learning. You can't be saying you want to run on technology and you are handwriting letters. You use your don't let me use that word. You use your not so legible handwriting and send notes to your teachers. Why are you doing that? What has happened to emails? Or you now say, the teacher that helped me check my email has been off for 2 days, so I don't know what's going on. So leaders, you must take your position and watch your teachers soar. You want to add something?
Yeah, so just to add to this, very great points already made. I think that, the idea of mental limitation is the first stumbling block, is the first roadblock, sorry, where teachers are afraid that they may not be able to match up, right? So that's the place of coaching, motivation, and so on. I think we need to start there, before we take further steps. Is how do you address those fears? How do you kind of make them relax, right? Some of it can be giving access to the internet, there are computers for you, you just bought these resources, go and play with it. So I think you need to do those types of things. And then also is incentivize. So tie it to your teacher performance measurement, right? And let it lead to reward. Let the two teachers go to South Africa because of some reason that they did this very well and they're enthusiastic about it. And so you then use those teachers as examples of a success story. To create success stories within your school about somebody got trained, see what he can now do, let him train the others. And then what I wanted to add again is that you have to have a culture of evaluation as well. And if you have that culture, that is very strong enough, is that that same culture would enable self-evaluation. Once you can get to the place where, because of your structure of evaluation, the teacher can tell that he's behind on his professional development, then you have succeeded to a large extent. So I think that culture of evaluation. And third, just 2 more points is resources, right? So in Gradely, one of the things we did is we launched the Teacher Academy in January, and we did physical trainings in Lagos, and we're doing across the country right now. But in addition to that, is that we want to take those physical trainings or those types of trainings and make them video lessons that teachers can go back to, right? And then learn on their own, right? And lastly is peer-to-peer, interaction of teachers. It's very important to kind of, within a safe limit, allow them to interact with other teachers, because those are the people who inspire them the most. It's that sense of, if this teacher in this school can do this teacher in Ikorodu can do this, what am I doing in Lekki? And so it kind of changes their perspective. So in a place where you cannot personally lead to that motivation because it's top down, the peer-to-peer version can work.
Thank you so much. It's been a very, very long learning journey. Personally, I have benefited so much from this. We had Mr. Chine who came and opened our eyes to the fact that this same system that we're trying to build up, what we're actually doing is the opposite. Some of our children are not learning. And then we focus on what some heads of schools have done. We focused on what Ms. Lamikara has done. And she spoke a lot about her own development as a school leader. Then we went on to Dr. Adeosun, who walked us through in about 35 minutes. You start with your plan, how you put in you start with your vision, then your integration plan, and you go right all the way, until you start to document those things and you transition well into what? Into technology. And then we spend the last like 30 minutes talking about the reality of it, sharing different things based on questions you've asked, based on our own conversation. And so I'm going to hand over to the panelists as we close now. Each person, your last line, but your last line must add value to all the school leaders who are leading. And it's very simple. How has technology, one specific way that technology has helped you to add to your bottom line? Share ideas is what I'm saying now. Yes, we'll start with Mrs. Osage. So one little secret, don't give them the main one, of how you have used technology to add to your bottom line. Bottom line is profit. How?
Okay. So for us as a school, it has really been helpful in this area as where our school is located. A lot of schools don't use the kind of tech that we use for teaching and learning. And when parents in that neighborhood hear that that's what they're doing, you put your children there, this is to see what my child can do. And that has really brought increase and growth to numerical growth to the school. And it has also made a lot of people to become aware of the school. Like one of our pupils who graduated like over a year now, his name is Joshua Bola. His name is all over the place, Google and all of that. And when parents see what is doing, came up with, developed some applications, did a lot of tech work, very good with coding, programming, did even created website for the school, a lot of work. And when parents see all of that, they want to bring their own children so that the such impact can be made on there. So that's, for me, I will talk about growth.
Thank you. So you can use technology to set yourself apart as a market leader in your environment. Excellent. Thank you. Mr. Molumo. You have to think and speak.
Thank you. For me, I have to give it to the parents of our school. So because they appreciate what we do. And one of the ways that had actually affected our bottom line is that till date, we no longer need to make advertisements or to make publicity or to do any marketing. And we barely could take up to 25% of those who apply every year to our session. So thanks to the parents who are doing the word of mouth, marketing for the school because of what they are getting there. And I know that technology has actually been one of those driving factors for them.
Excellent. Thank you very much for that. Capture the parents, capture the hearts of the parents and watch them advertise your school. Boy.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I would say that I've seen that the most successful schools in terms of just number of parents are schools like Mr. Molumo's, where you have a visionary school leader. Once, I remember that question about, if you collaborate with other schools, they'll take your children. But when you have a culture of clearly stating your own vision, right, it's very difficult to move away from a bandwagon of a vision that you have already bought into. So I think that's how, so if your vision then incorporates technology in a way that's unique to you as a school, you basically can increase your bottom line by attracting people who buy into that vision, right? And I think that's one of the strongest things. And secondly is that one time we did a research at Schools Compass, one of the websites that help parents find schools. And we found that in that company, parents claim that branding, referrals, and facilities bring parents into school. But academic performance is the number one reason why they take children out of school. I think that technology can create a way for you to be transparent about academic improvement of children day to day, week on week. And if you can get to that point where you say, even if your child still got a D in math, there's so much improvement in fractions. He's learning now how to think critically about this area or this other learning area. And this is our strategy for improving him in these other areas. You will do yourself a great service. Nobody else will be able to match up to that really. So I think technology can make a huge difference in your bottom line.
Thank you so much to all my wonderful panelists. Thank you for opening up. If you hadn't opened up, this conversation wouldn't have been reached. And I'd like to say a big thank you to Bumi Adedayo Foundation for all you do. And of course, a big, big thank you to the Coca-Cola Company and the Coca-Cola Foundation. This is just one segment of it. The real thing starts after this, where the teachers are going to be learning for about 6 weeks. That's the tech relevant teacher. So on this note, I'd like to bring our conversation to a close. School leaders, I hope you've learned so much. I hope you've noted all those things. And most of all, I hope you're going to action what you have learned. So if you have learned something, just share it very quickly as I call on the program director. If you've learned something, share it on the platform very quickly. So remember, we're collaborators now. So whatever you have learned, put it quickly in the chat box. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much, our dear panelists. Thank you, Mrs. Injidiaka. Thank you, Mr. Molumo. Thank you, Mrs. Osage and Mr. Oshinaga. Thank you very much. What an insightful session that was. We have a lot of comments because of our time. We have a lot of comments on the various platforms. Because of our time, we'll just take a few. Esther Omomi says, I've been rebranded to change my world through technology. Awesome. I love segments of the conference. BAF up you, Coca-Cola. Ure, you nailed it. To my panelists, I say a very big thank you. My greater thanks goes to BAF and Coca-Cola Foundation. And the greatest thanks goes to the Almighty God that enabled everyone that made the conference a huge success. Thank you very much, all of you. Quickly, we'd like to have the closing charge And this is very critical. Yes, we started since morning. We thank you for your patience. And the closing charge is even more critical. As we leave here today, as we close this conference, what are the thoughts that should be echoing in our minds? And I'd like to call on no other person to take this closing charge than Mrs. Oluyemisi Adedayo. She's the director of the foundation, and she will be taking the closing charge.
Wow. It's been a very, wow. It's been a very insightful event so far. We've learned a lot, and we're definitely encouraged to adopt technology to push the dividends of education in Nigeria. Today, we live in a global village sustained by digital computing and communication. Things are much more complex socially and politically, mainly because we're connected as a central, like a huge central nervous system, connected via education and digital innovation, technology and digital innovation. If you get disconnected from the grid, you die. So that's how you imagine the organs of the body. Without blood supply, what happens? The organs die. The risk of not being technologically compliant is far-reaching. It keeps you in the dark. It stunts your growth. And we all know that we're in the age where we need to adopt technology to facilitate learning. Technology is now an integrated part of our daily life. It is no longer a disruptor as we think, or in that sense, but it is an enabler. Let me restate this. Change is upon us, and it's either we change or we die. Things will not go back to life as we know it. Things will never run the way they did pre-COVID. Mr. Chineye Uzoku told us that school leaders need to acquire more knowledge in the areas that they seek change. Technology, we know, is transient. It keeps changing. It's not constant. We as school leaders must adopt technology in different things and the way it suits our needs. It all begins and ends with school leadership. You must take incremental steps in deploying technology at your school. May I ask you a question? Where are you in the change process? Are you transitioning or are you a dinosaur? A dinosaur being a person who is outdated or has become obsolete because of failure to adapt to changing circumstances. Not overcoming your change barriers and resisting change will only pull you further away from growth. Let me tell you a story of the deer. Two boys went hunting. Luckily for them, they caught a deer, and they started to killed the deer, and started to pull the deer by the tail to get the deer to the truck. But as they pulled, they were getting tired, and they were moving in very slow speed. It was quite a cumbersome experience for them, but they kept on pulling the deer by the tail. Then a farmer comes along and says, "Oh, why are you pulling the deer by the tail? Why don't you pull the deer by the antler? The antler is the hoof." And so they decided to change direction, and they started to pull the deer by the antler. It was much easier for them because they were gaining momentum, they were covering more distance. But a few minutes into the pull, they realized they were pulling in the wrong direction. The old moral of the story is we are all likely to follow the least resistant way. And the least resistant way takes us further away from our destination. I know some of us are thinking that technology adoption in education is only possible within high-income environments and contexts. But the truth is, you can start small. Our speakers have told us that, and even the panelists have reiterated that. Small changes make a difference. Take small aspects, start learning, start changing, and start deploying. There's no point restating or reiterating the problems facing our educational sector. Governments in most climes, and not only unique to ours, are not fully equipped to tackle all social problems. As we all know, education is the bedrock of any economy. And with the state of education in Nigeria, I mean, we all know what the future looks like. And in this vein, we're calling on all stakeholders in Nigeria. We're calling on the government at the federal level, state and the local. We're calling on individuals, on corporates, on institutions. We're calling on social organizations. We're calling on donor agencies. We're calling on international community to support and join BAF in supporting the development of education in Nigeria. BAF is committed to helping school leaders and teachers in low-income environments. We believe that we can deepen the adoption of technology as an integrative tool to improve the learning outcomes of education in Nigeria. And for the fortunate ones who are beneficiaries of this timely and laudable intervention, the Tech Relevant Teachers Project, supported by the Coca-Cola Foundation, I implore you to immerse yourselves in this project and determine to apply the learning in your different schools. Teachers are change champions, and you must consciously drive transformational change within your ecosystem. We have great challenges and great opportunities. Remember, transformational change starts with individual change. Transformational change starts with you. And with your deliberate commitment and actions as individual change agents in education, we will positively influence the education trajectory in Nigeria. Thank you.